All BMW SUVs in one video. That's what you wanted to have, and that's what you get. BMW SUVs meanwhile account for a major share in BMW's portfolio, with all SUVs being built in Spartanburg in the US, except for the small front-wheel platform SUVs. BMW X3 and X5 are the best-selling Beamers in the States. We'll give you an overview of the BMW X models, then go in-depth on every single one while indicating timestamps, and later on come to a final conclusion and consultation. Which one is your favorite BMW SUV and why? Tell us in the comments. And now enjoy this extensive BMW SUV episode. Basically, you can cluster the BMW SUVs in 4 categories: compact, mid-size, full-size and, if you want, new EV segment. The compact SUVs with front-wheel platform, optional all-wheel drive, are the BMW X1 and the coupe version BMW X2. They are built in Regensburg, Germany. The platform is also used by the Mini Countryman. You can only get 4-cylinder engines, but that has the advantage that by the shorter hood, the X1 is overall way shorter than the X3, but offers the same amount of rear legroom. The X2 is more unique in its styling and has the sportier drive. The X1 offers more space. The performance versions are the M35i models with over 300 horsepower. In either way, X1 and X2 are great to move around in the city. The X1 already offers an SUV feeling, the X2 goes more into a crossover direction. A little longer and higher are the BMW X3 and X4. They are built in the US and have a rear-wheel drive platform, mostly sold with all-wheel drive. The X3 is the most popular BMW in the US, at least sales-wise, even in front of the 3 Series. The BMW X4 is the coupe version. It is still versatile, you just lose a little bit of height in the trunk. It's more about the styling really. For the X3 and the X4, you're gonna get 6-cylinder engines, and based on that, M performance models M40i and also true M versions with over 500 horsepower. X3 and X4 offer true SUV feeling and are somewhat a good compromise of everything. Oh, and did I mention already that you can get the famous BMW 3-liter inline 6-cylinder for that one? Yeah, sorry to mention that again. It's definitely one of the most favorite engines. The all-electric version BMW iX3, however, was an awesome driving experience as well. That one is built in China, but due to the lower center of gravity, we can say it's the most fun X3. Built on the very same platform but electrified, a different approach will follow soon in the bigger SUV segment, as we will point out. The next group, the big or full-size SUVs, are the BMW X5, X6 and the BMW X7. They all share the same platform once again and are also built in South Carolina. The X6 is a chopped-off X5, both offer great driving experience. Here, especially the BMW adaptive suspension does a great job, and we sometimes have the feeling it is an even better pick than the optional air suspension. Not because the air suspension would be worse, but just because the normal adaptive suspension is so great. Here, you can go up to a V8 engine, and again, both M Performance and True M models. X5, X6 and X7 deliver you a very exclusive king-of-the-road driving experience. The BMW X7 offers just more length and space but doesn't drive that differently. And the new all-electric BMW iX, which gets a new platform. However, this platform will also house combustion engines later on again. BMW has started with the BMW i project with the solitary platform EVs, but has now moved back to producing EVs and combustion engines on the same car assembly line. Later, however, a new all-electric platform is planned once again. Seems a little bit confusing, doesn't it? However, the BMW iX seems futuristic and is following the BMW iNext concept I took a look at the LA Motor Show in 2019. The length is comparable to a BMW X5, but it will feature more interior space. Alright, let's start with a deep dive on the BMW X models right now. Enjoy and tell us your favorite in the comments. Let's go! Here the BMW X1, since the most recent facelift, has this stronger front double kidney, more aligned with the bigger SUV brothers, and X1 and X2 are the only BMW SUVs that are built in Germany, in Regensburg. whereas the bigger SUVs, beginning from the X3, are all built in Spartanburg in the US. Headlamps still come with halogen as base. Why? They want your money for the optional updates. Here the LED or the optional adaptive LED, then more sophisticated function, and then they also have different daytime running light. This is really beautifully done here, right there. Yeah, that's how it is with the German premium manufacturers. This here is the Model M Sport, and that means a sportier style here with stronger lower bumpers and stronger fake air intakes right there, and this honeycomb structure really looks pretty cool, especially in this Storm Bay metallic special paint that was introduced with the facelift. What's your take? Filming in the rain is not pleasant, but looking at cars with raindrops on the paint, that's really beautiful. Length 4 meters 44, 175 inches or 14 foot 5. And now, ladies and gentlemen, get your drinks ready, because the drinking game here is, from which side will I enter the stage? Today from this one. Have you guessed it? So, here the X1 has this more upright shape, but is somewhat between crossover and big SUVs. The X3, the bigger brother, is longer and also more upright, has the longer front hood. This one here just with the transverse engine mount, that means a shorter hood and no 6-cylinder engines then in this case. Here the Model M Sport has the black frames and also the stronger side skirt here, and also wheel arches painted in vehicle color. There are also other, for example, the base X1 would have plastic wheel arches. Then there's also the X line, which has more this contrasting off-road scheme. So depending on what you like. Wheels from 17 to 19-inch wheels. These are indeed the optional, the biggest ones, the 19-inch wheels. So I think design-wise, not too screaming out, but I think, nice accentuations. Dropping line here at the height of the door handle. You can see here how it's curved in. So overall, I think a nice and decent job. And again, this paint here with the raindrops, really cool effects here just visually wise. On the technology side, usually you have a base suspension, then you have a fixed M Sport suspension, 10 millimeters lower, and then an adaptive suspension for the X1 in general. Here, the plug-in hybrid version goes an own way, because it would have been too expensive to develop so many different suspensions, especially for this model. 150 kilograms or 300 pounds of extra weight from that battery, and then they would need to adapt the suspension. So what they did here is they choose a suspension between the base suspension and the M Sport. So this suspension sits lower like the M Sport, but does not have the stiff setup like the M Sport. So setup from the base suspension, but the height from the M Sport suspension, then specifically developed then here for the plug-in hybrid model. I'm really looking forward if this is a good setup they found here for this model. Soon more to that in the driving part. The X1 here in the rear, also rather conservative design, but I think it definitely still works. 25e here, the logo for the plug-in hybrid. The M Sport model here spices it a little bit up here with the gray insert. Very interesting design choice. And the Autogefühl fake exhaust police could stay at home today, so they're taking a coffee break, because this is a real exhaust from that combustion engine. The concept is combustion engine in the front powers the front axle, and electric motor in the rear powers the rear axle. That means, although it's a front-wheel-based platform here with the X1, when you drive in the electric-only mode, yes, you have a rear-wheel-driven BMW once again. The BMW X1 plug-in hybrid, yes, we're having a lot of fun here today, Jonas and I, as always. So, the plug-in hybrid 25e has the combustion engine here in the front, 125 horsepower, plus electric motor in the rear, 95 horsepower. Combined power then, 220 horsepower, 6.9 seconds is the acceleration figure, 0 to 100 kilometers or 62 miles an hour. And the range, about 50 kilometers pure electric, about 30 miles pure electric for this one. Power-wise, yeah, half a second slower approximately than the 25i, 28i called in US, or the 25D. So it is also one of the top spec engines then. So the other combustion engines are 2-liter 4-cylinder, petrol or diesel. At the diesel side, there's even a 3-cylinder in place. Charging port is here on the driver's side, 3.7 kilowatt maximum AC charging. Yeah, that's not too fast, but usually if you leave it overnight, it's okay. And then you can get this 10 kilowatt hour battery full, 10 kilowatt hour gross, and 8.8 kWh net. And if you think about buying a used vehicle, here's a short sponsored message by Car Vertical. The Car Vertical website lets you check the history of the vehicle before buying it. You enter the VIN, the vehicle identification number, or we just say VIN in Germany. Usually you can read it here at the outside of the vehicle, and then you can check, does it really have the proper mileage, or has it been manipulated at one point? Is there any damage to the car beforehand without knowing it? Is what you're reading about the vehicle, maybe online, really true? So you can just be sure before buying this used vehicle. We also have a video description link and also in a pinned comment to the Car Vertical website. This is the car key, slim and light, and in the M Sport model also with the M colors at the side. Keyless entry, when you put your finger here on this, usually it's here at BMWs, but here they put it there. So here are this, mini vortex generators, you could say, yeah, I don't know. You just feel this perforation. And on the inside then with your hand right there. And door closing sound. Ah, beautiful door closing sound, I love that. Then soft touch top part material. Then you have a matte wood insert here. So there are different inserts available. Again, this is a nice matte wood insert. Really cool. Then leatherette at the inside of the door. BMW SensorTech, that's their brand name for the leatherette. And here some decent inner door pockets. Yeah, for example, for COVID-19 masks. Okay, not really COVID-19 proof, but they're just a little bit more comfortable to wear these. Then you can open the trunk from here and also the fuel cap. So this is not for the electric one, but for the fuel. Then the interior, and again, M Sport. Some nice panels and steering wheel, M Sport steering wheel, so a little bit sportier. Zoom more to all the gauges and stuff and infotainment. As for seating, you start, at least in Europe, with the base fabric seat. And then optional with a little sportier seat here, where you can, for example, get a fabric SensorTech mix that would be animal-free. And in the US, you can get animal-free SensorTech in this color, in beige and also in black. However, this is the optional animal skin equipment, which is not really necessary. Let's spare these and just go for the other nice options they do offer. And again, as I said, also in different colors. That's cool to have, definitely. So let's get on the inside. And this car here sits between crossovers and SUV, I would say. It's not like a super large SUV, but already feels decent as for the upright seating position. I have had more comfortable cars, and when I compare the seating position with the competitors, I wouldn't say it's the worst, but I wouldn't say it's the best. Headroom with 1.86 or 6 with 1, yeah, that still works, definitely no problem. It will be different maybe with the rear bench because of plug-in hybrid. Let's find out more about that very soon. Here there's also the electric seating setup, front, the back part, also then here the side bolsters and the top part you can control, and also with the 2 memory seatings. And you have a good overview already to front. The front screen is let's say, in a panoramic way. And now we'll concentrate then soon on the gauges. Last but not least, here you can put in the steering wheel in and out. It's a nice round shape here. The bigger BMWs often have a stranger M steering wheel. The M steering wheel here in this car has a great shape, I think. And the optional steering wheel heating is placed right there. From the big BMWs, it's usually on the steering wheel in the front, but here it's still then here, like left next to the column. Why not? And since we're here anyway, let's check out this. This premium vehicle, and let's just repeat it 5 times. See how nicely dampened this small cubbyhole is when I put my Colt in here, for some discussions. interior overview. This is rather a classic setup. It's not all, one of their newest vehicles, so we still have a lot of buttons left, but it's great to have still a manual climate unit, for example, so some old schooling is definitely good. Here again, the matte wood insert, really nicely done. This screen is like popped up, but it somehow mirrors in design the lower part, so I think you can do that. And then the bright style here also with soft touch is also nice. Top dashboard is also soft touch. The screen setup is a little bit complicated. On the left side, these are analog gauges, but it's like a black panel technology. So you see it's all blacked out right now. And when I turn on the ignition, then it comes to life. But it's just the backlighting that does that. The screen here is either 2.7 inch, that would be just the small one here, or then this one here is the bigger one, 5.7, so almost 6 inches, and it goes like this, so the right part as well, but still no full digital gauges here on the left side. On the right side, you start with a 6.5 inch screen, optional 8.8 inch, and then this is the optional 10.25 inch screen. And when you have a bigger one on the right, you also have the bigger one on the left. One exception, our friends in the US do not get this screen. Same software, but just a smaller 8.8 inch, because the airbag is placed in a different way because of different safety regulations, and then there wasn't space for the tech that was needed for the bigger screen. Okay. So more details about the software here. This is still OS 6, not the most recent BMW operating system 7, which features the natural voice input and so on and so on. And so no over-the-air updates with this system right here. Now, steering wheel, you have an overview once again here, where on the right side you can control the volume. Also, let's say a basic voice input is also available for this car. Left side then to control the cruise control, and these rubber pads here, they are updated now for the newer BMWs, but here, I mean, they give you good grip, but still doesn't resonate to the rest of the premium quality. Then let's move to the middle part, where we have this gear selector, which is standing out quite, like van-ish, maybe a little bit too unsporty, I don't know. Then you can pick the driving modes, the normal driving modes, and also the e-driving modes, and we'll show you these a little bit sooner. Then in the front part, you have it shut or can open it for the cup holders. They are adaptive, and you have a USB-A charger. However, the Apple CarPlay here works in a wireless way, so you usually would then use the inductive charging pad, which is somewhere else. Let's move towards there. Here you can see there's this classic knob turning and pressing. It is a touchscreen, yes, but this you can also then use while driving. And then there's this nice armrest here, very well attached. You can also adjust it in height. And below that, the first split is the place for your smartphone. That's a bit complicated here how it's put in there, but it's also then connected to the car antenna, and also is actually then charging inductively. And you can also put that whole thing up. Then you have some more storage underneath with the USB-C port. So this software version is not as current, so to speak, as the OS 7, but still it's easy enough. So you have this app view right here. You also can use it in a touch way. As for the fuel economy for this plug-in hybrid, by the way, this is our, after we have reset it, it's quite interesting. 4.5 liters on 100 kilometers or 4.8 kilowatt hours on 100 kilometers. This is actually very decent, and you can see it's like playing together. Both values are quite low, but they're low because both energy and fuel is being used at the same time. Then you can see the map looks like this. Always a good overview. The BMW GPS software, to me, one of the best. I've never had like a wrong intersection or way when I was at a driving event with BMW. Then, that was my vehicle. We had already the CarPlay has here a hotkey when you turn all the way to the left, for example. Integration does not go all the way over the screen, but still quite nice. And here we have the optional Harman Kardon sound system. And this is, as expected, a very, very nice option. Once again, the instruments here with the black panel technology. So you see it almost looks digital, but it isn't. Just here, the lower part then is the digital one. And there, for example, you can see then more of the consumption here, like, you know, for both for the electric and also for the combustion engine. So that's what you can change. Everything else rather remains the same. But I think it does job. It's very clear to read as well. And the head-up display you can see here with the current speed, allowed speed, and also a GPS arrow. Yeah, it's always a nice option, clear to read, that you just keep your sight on the road. Now to the rear compartment, and here comes the only practical catch of the X1 plug-in hybrid. You can see here, nice also at the inside of the door, soft touch here top part, then again the matte wood, very beautifully done, high build quality. And there it is, the rear bench. Maybe you don't see it, but I can tell you it's about 3 centimeters or a little bit more than an inch higher than in the normal version, because they need to store the battery underneath there. So that means you do lose some headroom, but how much can I still sit there as a tall adult? Let's check it out. In comparison to the X3, by the way, legroom wise, the X1 doesn't lose too much. You can see also this recess here at the back part of the seat, so you can still sit here as a tall adult, even though when a tall adult is driving. And well, I feel that the bench is a little bit higher than in the normal version, but still, without the panoramic roof, it's no problem, still enough headroom. It might be a problem when you have tall adults in the rear and the optional panoramic roof. That might be something, but I think we can live with that. And also the option of the movable bench, that would usually be one of the nice options. This is also not possible then here in the plug-in hybrid, but I think we could also live with that. So this then the fixed bench like it is right there. What you can still do is changing the angle of this seat here. So in the back part you can more have a receiving position or more an upright position. This is still possible here for all 3 segments individually. Isofix at the outside parts. Then you have this middle armrest with adaptive cup holders. And once again, told you earlier, you can also just use this middle part here as a ski hatch, release it here with this latch, and then you could move it forward. And the middle tunnel here is still quite okay. There are 2 USB-C chargers since the recent facelift now in the middle. And can I also sit in the middle part? It's of course a little bit higher than together with the higher bench, but still works. Not too comfortable for my knees. I have to put them inside or then in this recess on the outside. But when I sit like this then here, they might not be too comfortable here for my passengers right and left to me, right? So normal BMW X1 trunk is about 500 liters to 1,500 liters. What do you lose here with the plug-in hybrid? Well, almost nothing. First of all, electric hatch here opens quite nicely. We have a backpack in here. You can see the sample works in here very well. Square dimensions, so they can very well use it. I already folded one of the seats here. And the only thing you do lose on the top part, hardly anything, just below here. Then it's a little bit more shallow, so that's still okay. Then you can store your charging cables here, for example. And the measurements in the length to the front seat, about 90 centimeters. In the width, this is almost a meter. And the height below the cover is 40 centimeters. The total height here is a little bit less than 80 centimeters. It's like 74 centimeters approximately. So very well usable. So the usage of space once again here is quite good. And when you have here, you can have a 1-1-1 split, so to say. And here this is 1.70 meters. So you can fold all the seats, of course, but maybe just the middle part like this. So however you like it. Overall, I think a good result here also in the rear. Welcome to Thomas's Driving Lounge with the BMW X1 plug-in hybrid. And we're going through the different driving modes, tell all about the electric driving, and of course also about this, playing together with the combustion engine. It's very interesting with the e-driving modes and the normal driving modes that are available. First of all, something general about the X1. It feels quite good from the overview. So this windscreen is a little bit panoramic alike. And you don't feel too high, so it's not this high sophisticated seating position as in the X3. However, Also, if you compare this to the previous generation X1, it feels more elaborated. It's somewhat in between crossover and SUV, I would say. Crisp steering feeling, very direct, very good. And also noise cancellation wise, here at 70 kilometers an hour, it's really good, very silent experience. And at the moment, we're driving all electric, so there's no engine noise. It was also very silent and relaxing when we're starting. I can also check the RPMs here in this black panel design instrument if it's going on. And then there are 3 different EV driving modes available. There is the Auto eDrive, so this is a car decides on its own. And then there are 2 eDrive modes available. One for that you only have the EV driving, and the other one for, he says, save, so then you save the battery for later when you might need it in the future, no emission zone or so. So 3 different modes available. Again, usually you would leave it in the Auto eDrive mode, because for a plug-in hybrid this is usually the best solution, because for most plug-in hybrid it doesn't make sense that you just deplete the electric drive and that's it. But it depends on, if you have a short commute, then this might make sense. So meanwhile, for example, here on the motorway, the combustion engine is on. You hardly realize that. There's a smooth transition for that here at 2000 RPM. And when I get off the throttle, then some regeneration is happening. And here the RPMs drop to 0. I'm in the electric mode again. And when I just slightly press the throttle, sometimes it can stay in the electric mode, but sometimes in this case, hops on because the car decides what is actually the best to do at this very moment. And the acceleration figure here for the plug-in hybrid is 6.9 seconds to 1 kilometers or 62 miles an hour, and that means it's a little bit slower than the 25i or 25d, but definitely comparable, also one of the top models, so you're not lacking power. No matter in which mode you are, when you are flooring it out throttle-wise, then the combustion engine always goes on as a safety mechanism. And here, for example, we can do the acceleration when we're already at speed 100 to 120. Plop, that's it. So you see, it's not the most powerful engine overall, but still sufficient. Most engines that are available for the X1 are actually less powerful. So here once again with the driving modes, this would be one, Max eDrive and Max eDrive or Max eDrive Safe. There you can see how it changes here. Auto eDrive, this would be again the automatic. Max eDrive, I want to drive all electric. Safe, this is then saving battery for later. I could do that here on the motorway, but again, that's not a very efficient thing to do. Now the speed limit is being lifted, so we can do one more acceleration, how that one behaves from 100 kilometers an hour. Oh, a couple of BMWs here, right there. And now. That's 130 kilometers an hour. I have to stop it right here. So you see, you still have decent and enough power. So I'll zero the fuel economy or energy consumption out now. And the thing is always how to give an exact number here for a plug-in hybrid vehicle for the fuel economy is really always a very tough thing to do, because it so much depends on what and when are you recharging things, you know. Here just at cruise control on the motorway, when the combustion engine is on, then you know you score almost the same consumption as you would also do with the normal petrol engine. And however, it can be a little bit better when you have then situations, for example, switching speed, or then you see, oh, need to overtake someone, go off the throttle, then there's some recuperation happening and so on. So this can work depending on, you know, how you drive on the motorway or how's the traffic situations. Once again, here also at higher speeds, 120 kilometers an hour, so like 60, 70 miles an hour, so silent in this vehicle, also one of the best in the segment, so good noise insulation, and it has a very good motorway feeling. About the suspension, we talked about that earlier, and it is indeed good, I think. I was a little bit skeptical before that they didn't put the adaptive suspension in this vehicle, but so far I think I'm quite okay with that, since it doesn't have this stiff M suspension setup. It's just lower, like the M suspension, but it doesn't have the stiff setup. I think that's a good choice to go for. So suspension-wise, I'm also really happy. And this is a BMW, so it still drives sporty. Here, lane change at higher speeds, no problem. So it's really a decent feel. There's also, of course, a bunch of assistance systems. Here, the adaptive cruise control. Distance is being kept to the car in front of us. Only thing is, there's no blind spot monitor here available for the X1 and the X2. That's definitely something we are missing here for this vehicle, so I would really like to have that. Sadly, they did not introduce that in this facelift. So there's also traffic jam assist available up to 60 kilometers an hour. Luckily, we do not have that here at the moment. I got the warning when I'm getting to the middle of the lane, so there's like vibration in the steering wheel. And although I have to say it's not the biggest BMW SUV, but it's really feeling very good here on the motorway. And once again, the energy is not always lost here, just off the throttle. Again, some recuperation happening, and everything really in a flawless transition. So when I pick the eDrive here and go to the Max eDrive, then see here RPMs drop to 0. I'm all electric, and the maximum speed 135 kilometers or 85 miles electric. Of course, not the overall is like 185 or something, but the maximum electric speed. And I mean, we're here allowed to drive 120 kilometers an hour, so it's already close to it. But see here, I'm driving now at the moment all electric once again, and you hardly feel any difference, Also because the electric motor is in the rear and the combustion engine is in the front, also then front axle and rear axle, and this gives them the all-wheel drive. They always again play together, so when you're driving all electric, theoretically you would drive a little bit sportier cornering wise, but of course if you combine the power, need as much power as possible, then you would of course use both. So at the moment we are both very low in the fuel economy and also in the energy consumption. Low in the fuel consumption and in the energy consumption. And that again shows this, playing together, and this can really make a lot of sense. So definitely also good motorway vehicle, depending on your commuting ways. Of course, when you're driving cruise control a long way, it won't have the biggest effect here from the plug-in hybrid when you have situations like these. And then some driving off the motorway, where we also can test the normal driving modes. And there you normally have the normal Eco Pro, which reduces the throttle input, more efficiency, and also goes more into the electric mode. And then there's a Comfort, which is a setting in between. And then there's Sport, and this directly turns on the combustion engine, because in the Sport mode the car says like, I want the maximum power of both drivetrains. And so you can also then vary that. So the throttle limit is also being increased. Steering here, let's see if that changes. Yeah. In sports mode, you have a little bit more resistance, so it's a little stiffer also from the steering. And in comfort, there's like a normal balance setting. And once again, I think I'm really happy with the suspension here. The general driving setup they found here with this vehicle is really very good. So you have a neutral setting, it feels light and easy to control. This additional 150 kilograms of weight they have here with the plug-in hybrid, do you feel it? Not really, so that's actually totally fine. Here now at the moment, for example, the car once again just drives with electric. Yeah, you really feel it, that it's coming from the rear, so it pushes you a little bit more out of the corner. So I really prefer to drive this one here all electric. At some point there will also be an electric X1, but the iX3, the electric X3, this one will come first. Here for the X1 there need to be an all-new platform first that this is actually enabled. Already the compact vehicles by BMW now have a very big front grille, not as big as the bigger models, but still quite impressive, and a very horizontal stance here on the road. The X2, you can see it, it's not really full SUV or something. It's more a crossover. We'll go more into that subject later on. First of all, the 35i or M35i has this cerium gray color scheme. You can see it here at the frame of the grille. You also see it here in the lower part. Of course, this version, as a top sports version, has stronger lower bumpers. Then the headlamps, they are now, as you see it here, LED, but they usually start for a normal X2 with halogen. The LED is optional or standard for this M35i model. And by the way, this beautiful blue, bright blue color is called Misano blue. Yeah, that could be something we call here Thomas blue on Autogefühl. This is always an impressive look right here. You can see those vertical fins in the double kidney are always open in this case here. And you can see those crossbars just behind it in front of the radiator. And this is, just a very impressive look. Also, just from a middle distance, see this wide open double kidney and then those crossbars there, right there. They give some more stability. 4.36 m, 14'3" or 172 inches is the length of the BMW X2. So this is the compact segment. Again, the Misano blue color, very beautiful. And you can see one very unique feature is that the X2 features an additional BMW logo right here at the C-pillar. The wheels go from 17 to 20 inch in general for the X2. This one here, the M35i, comes with 19-inch wheels. Those ones you can also see at the moment right there. The brakes are also in a bigger dimension, 17-inch for the whole brake complex. Then the M logo right there, and it's the same when you take an X2 with a normal M Sport package. Same goes for the M35i. Then you get the wheel arches here in the vehicle color. A normal X2 would have those crossover plastic wheel arches, and the M Sport X is also a little bit different. So just imagine it would be an M Sport pack just visually, and then they put even something more on top. For example, those cerium gray caps here for the mirrors, and you can also see a contrasting lower bumper right there. So what do you think of the design? Of course, the line here raises a little bit. Black frames also to stress the sporty look. Do you like it? And a short preview as for the suspensions. A normal X2 would start with the base suspension, a fixed one. Then option you can get an M Sport suspension minus 10 millimeters. That's standard for this one here, the M35i. And then optional, you can also get an adaptive M suspension. That's the one we're going to test today, because last time we drove the X2, we tested the fixed M suspension. What are the differences? Which one should you pick? I'll tell you all about that in the driving part coming up soon. In the rear, the X2 in general looks a little bit more dense, more than a crossover. The M35i has this integrated spoiler right here in vehicle color that makes it really way sportier just visually, especially from the rear and also from this rear side view. Then you got the special badge right there and two real exhaust, and they also give some decent sound. We heard that also in the introduction. Then you can see that those tail lamps, they are quite wide and have those beautiful LED with a swinging form. So overall, especially here in my favorite color, I think, it does not look like an SUV, more a crossover, definitely something between a hot hatch and an SUV. So what do we have under the hood? In general, for the X2, there's a 2-liter 4-cylinder diesel available, several horsepower specs. Then there's a 1.5-liter 3-cylinder petrol engine. And then there's a 2-liter 4-cylinder petrol engine, either with 192 horsepower or this one here today in the M35i, 306 horsepower. And 4.9 seconds is the acceleration figure to 100 kilometers or 62 miles an hour. Pretty powerful. There's a launch control available. We showed you that initially, pretty spectacular, and also some more exhaust sound and so on. So also got a extra bar here to stiffen up the car. Very interesting also. And a nice engine cover here with the M Performance badge, because it's not a true M model. They're M Light models, they call M Performance. And that's also the badge you can see right here. This is the car key, pretty light, and he in this case also has this M color logo at the side. Then we open the door, and door closing sound. I think we heard that better, so not too convincing as for this aspect, but what's convincing is the rest of the interior build quality. Soft touch at the top part, then we got this, it's not carbon fiber, but it's some like carbon fiber style inspired inlet here. Then a SensorTech leatherette inlet right here, all soft parts here. Also some decent space for bigger bottles at the inside of the doors. Then you have this M35i badge, entry badge right there. The steering wheel, also an M steering wheel then, since this is the M Performance model. And we'll soon get more detail to the instruments and the infotainment and stuff. Let me first talk about the seats. Those ones here are the optional M Performance seats with the integrated head restraint. Beautiful work. And we'll also test the comfort very soon. You see here, especially in the shoulder area, you get more support. And you got this hole right there, which is somewhat inspired by racing seats where you can put the seatbelt through it, but that's just a design element right here. And you see in this area where you need most cooling, you get some fabric, and then on the outside you have some Alcantara to be held tight, especially when you go a little bit faster. And it's of course, really cozy just to touch it, and also great sustainable material. So pretty cool as for this one, but you can also get a base seat. And again, the general overview for the EU, you have a base fabric seat, then you have a sportier seat already, where you can also get fabric Alcantara mix. And then this one, but this one here with the integrated head restraint is not available for the US. In US, you get the other normal seat with a separate head restraint. And then you can get a black and beige. You can pick it in SensorTech, that would be a full leatherette. So, yeah, I mean, in Europe you get some cool Alcantara, but in the US you get the very good SensorTech. So they have both good seating options for different markets. But again, strange that some markets have then different limitations. That's how the manufacturers do it. And now let's get inside. And it's not the highest seating position. It's not a true SUV. In the X1 you have a little bit more SUV feeling, and then in the X3, you have the real SUV feeling. However, it's a little bit higher than you would have, for example, in the BMW 1 Series. Steering wheel can be adjusted in height and reach with a manual function here, but totally fine with that. This one here has no sunroof or whatsoever. I have the seat in the lowest position with the 1.86 m or 6'1". Still some headroom left there, so even as a tall adult, you're just fine here. This seat here has an electric control right there. You can also lift the rear part up. That's also recommended for some longer drives or to vary it a little bit. And for longer legs, you can manual and lengthen the lower seating area. And also interesting that those super sport seats, how I like to call them, with the integrated head restraint, they're actually quite comfortable. So sometimes those top high-end super sport seats are less comfortable. In this case, I have the feeling they're a little bit more comfortable than the other seats. However, if you're in a market where just the normal sport seats are available, you'll also be just fine. All of them have somewhat their pros and cons. Interior overview, it is a mix of classic and modern elements. First of all, the steering wheel. When you have the M steering wheel here in the smaller compact models, it's not that asymmetric as you would have in the bigger BMW models, where you have a little bit thicker here in the upper part. I don't like that much, just a personal preference, but I really like this form here. It's a perfect size and very good to handle. Then you can see this design element here again. It's, you know, it's nothing as for a special material, but let's say it imitates the carbon fiber look. Some more old school elements here with a lot of buttons. Those are hotkey buttons. You can, for example, like press 1, then you have a home address or something. Then what I like, it is also an old school element, but I just like to be able to control the temperature while driving in an easy way. Although those rubber, fields around it, they have somewhat a good grip, but I'm not sure how they will take it over time. Would expect a little bit more quality as for this part than here. And then there's the top screen that is at the moment available, but soon there will be also some changes. I'll soon tell you more about that. There's also with touch, and again, soon more details as for the software we have right here. And those instruments, they are mostly analog with just some digital elements here. And we also have a head-up display, all three, soon more details. Now, what I want to tell you is, at the moment, it starts with a 6.5-inch screen. It would be a smaller one. Then optional, you can get the 8.8-inch screen. That would be the one you see here, with the operating system by BMW 6.0 or the 6 Plus, so-called. The very current one, 7, which also has this free voice input, is at the moment not available and will also not be available later, but they will soon update this screen here to an optional 10.25 inch. It would be a little bit bigger then. So when you order this vehicle, probably you will also be able to already get the 10.25 inch screen also for the X1 when it gets a facelift. But not for the US. The US will still get the 8.8 inch screen, and the reason for that is, now be surprised, is the airbag right here. Because in some of the US states, you do not have to be buckled up by law, and therefore BMW has to design the airbag in a way that it's a little bit, better as for the protection when you're not using a seatbelt. Yeah, it's not really clever not to use a seatbelt, but then, they have to change the design a little bit, and therefore you cannot get the bigger screen in the US. Well, those are very interesting market specifications, again, according to different laws. A little bit strange, but also interesting, isn't it? The head-up display is a very useful option. You can keep just your line of sight, and you can see the allowed speed and the current speed, and also some GPS information if you have a destination set. Those instruments are really interesting. I said part analog or part digital because, first of all, the very, very analog part is this. You can really touch this ring around, and then it looks like nothing. It just looks like a screen, but it's not all a screen. So when you turn it on, those parts are just lighted up. You can see those arrows. Those are real arrows. The lower part, this is really a digital screen, but even when it's turned off, not sure how you can see it on camera, you can see the numbers here. They're just not lit up, but they are still there. It's not a screen. And then when you light it up here with the ignition, then it looks somewhat digital. So it's a really tricky one. Now the infotainment software up close, the map, you can very well read it, and also here the pinch and zoom works quite fast. That's pretty cool. So it's a touchscreen, but you can also control it from the lower normal control lever with turning and pressing. Here, by the way, 9.2 liters on 100 kilometers. It's a realistic consumption overall. You can get it lower if you just use cruise control, a little bit higher than if you hammer it a little bit, but this is a good average. That would be some 26 mpg US or 31 mpg UK. When I turn on the engine, we can set in reverse gear. Then we can also see the rear view camera, which is quite decent, and those helping lines also adapt to the steering position. And you also have those PDC signs here. When you get closer, the sensors give you some information. There's also the automatic parking function available. If you want to do that, most of the time, I think it's just faster to do it yourself. The middle console, the lower middle console, you can see here in the front part, you can slide this open in two-part split. This is a normal USB plug here to connect your smartphone, for example, or to charge it. Then here, you got some adaptive cup holders. Just put the key right here. Then it's also all clean. Your smartphone, by the way, if you want the Apple CarPlay connection, you don't need that, because here in the BMWs, you have a wireless CarPlay connection, but no Android Auto. Then you can see it's all leaned towards the driver, so it's basically like a split to the co-driver. And the co-driver also has the soft part side. So the back part here, from your view, is soft. And then here to the driver, this is hard pack. Maybe should have been also soft here when, especially while driving. Then there's a classic gear lever right there. When you put in reverse gear, you have to press the left part and put it in the front. But when you want to put the normal driving gear back again, you don't have to press it. You just put it backward. That's, of course, easy. And for the launch control, you have to put it also left here to this sport mode. Not possible when the engine is not running. ESC, either on, sport ESC, or hold it to put it off. But that's, of course, not recommended for street use. The sports mode, by the way, you can either go to Eco Pro to save some more fuel, or sports mode then turns up the gears. Eco Pro would put the throttle a little bit softer. Here, when you have the adaptive suspension, it auto changes the suspension. If you don't have it, it would just change how the car shifts and so on. Then we have an electric handbrake and also this classic classic infotainment knob where you just turn and press, and also have some hotkeys to use. And last but not least, this armrest, the nice leather red cover, is also very well attached. You can put it up like this, or then also, some different angles, and the middle part can be flipped up. And then there's here an inductive charging platform also. And below the armrest, another USB charger. Here is then USB-C. Glove box, by the way, there's not really much. If you have the manual right there, then it's almost already blocked. Let's now get inside. Shoe tap. So, and it's not the longest car, but still some decent space here. I can sit here as a tall L, and I think we have to scroll back to the initial X2 review and compare how I was sitting in there with the other seat in the very front. We should compare that. That will be very interesting. Here I can still put a hand in front of my knees, and also the sports seat have a soft back cover. So if you're a little bit taller even than me, then it at least doesn't hurt, as when you would have like a hard cover at the back of the seat. Headroom wise, it's also okay. Can also put a hand over my head, so you can indeed drive this vehicle with 4 toy adults, no problem. Then you can also vary this back part here. You can put it a little bit more upright like this. Then you sit very much upright, or then again a little bit more leaned backwards. But overall, I think, some decent comfort here, although it does not look like that from the outside. The X1, by the way, is somewhat the same vehicle. This one here, of course, a little bit sporty in design, so the X1 is a little bit better as for the rear here. But still, considering it looks very, very cramped from the outside here, you can still have a decent seating comfort here. So this was me, you see it right there in the initial X2 review, and you've seen my hand there. So with the seats we had in the initial one, the normal sport seat, it was like this. So a little bit more leg room than with those seats here. So they cost you a little bit of leg room because they are thicker over all those seats. But the thing is, they have a soft back part. And the other ones where you have a little bit more leg room, they have a hard shell back part. So it's a good decision to put it soft shell here in the back part, because when you have a little bit less leg room, then you would maybe touch it, then it's still soft. So I think you can live with both variants here in the rear. So we here at Autogefühl like to pay attention to details, and here the soft touch actually inside of the doors. This is the front inside of the doors, and see how far I can touch it in here. It's actually quite soft, not too soft, but at the inside of the rear door, it's still also somewhat soft, but not as soft as at the front door. Very interesting, but they really paid attention to the detail also here in the rear. Oh, and by the way, have you seen those seat belts here? It's an option. There we go, with the M colors here too. But very beautiful detail. I also like that here in the M35i, you have the same Alcantara fabric mix at the back seats, so a very sporty setup here too, also great in styling. Then you have Isofix at the outside of the back part seats each, And armrest with some cup holders. You can also use this latches here to flip. Here we go. So that's the way it works for all of the seats. Also, for example, here for the outside seats. When you want to push it up again, of course, you have those two levers, the two levels I showed you earlier. Then you need to push it back again. And in the middle console here, there is some middle console still available. So the middle seat here is not that well usable. You can, of course, for shorter trips or something, and you have two USB-C ports right there. You flip the logo to access the trunk right there. And we have some luggage set up here for you today. So, just as an example, you can also fit in the cabin trolleys in a vertical way. 470 liters is the capacity figure. For example, there's also a separate net right there. It's also good to secure some smaller things. And let's clean up the rest. And now we got it all empty for you, that you can have a better view how it looks like this. And the length is a little bit less than 80 centimeters. The width is just about a meter. So those are, let's say, normal dimensions. The separate compartment right there. So, that reduces the loading sill and you have some more space below that. And then to the seat as I would be sitting as a driver to the very rear, this is about 1.55 meters. And by the way, you can just fold the middle part here, for example, as a ski hatch, but you can also just fold the complete part here, just like this, and then all the way. Welcome to Thomas's Driving Lounge with the BMW X2 M35i version, and here we can already accelerate a little bit. We go to sport mode, we hear a little bit more exhaust sound already, and hit the roll. Whoa, that was already 70 to 110, because I need to reduce the speed to 100 is allowed here. So that goes very quickly. It's the strongest 4-cylinder engine at the moment they offer, 306 horsepower. And together with this all-wheel drive, you can also get the traction to the ground indeed. Well, when you reach the city again, you would rather go back to the comfort mode. And this vehicle here is also equipped with the adaptive suspension, so that also does change the damper settings then. And I would really recommend to go for that one. So either when you buy an X2, stick with the base suspension. Do not pick the normal M suspension, which is just very stiff. We tested that one in the initial driving event in Portugal. A little bit too rough, especially for bad roads. This one then here with the adaptive suspension, and that really helps because it gives you a span between the comfort and the sportiness. And here in the comfort mode, it's actually quite reasonable. Also, let me go on those potholes or something. This is actually quite okay. And then when you go to the sport mode, suspension goes a little bit stiffer. Not sure if you also can just pick that up by listening. Maybe if like something of the camera equipment is rattling. That only happens when you're in the sport mode and going into some potholes. That's really interesting. It's maybe also a good indicator for you. So it's really a big difference then. However, if the road is good, then it's really fun in the sport mode. It gives you a little bit more feeling to the road. But then you can really have the choice. It's a good road, go to the sport mode. When it's a bad road, leave it in the comfort mode. And you always have the chance when you're in the sport mode still to, just floor it out a little bit better. And you can also use the pedals, no matter which mode are you in. So let's shift down, for example, here, third gear, and then wow, that goes really very quickly. The sound is of course boosted via the speakers. Yes, but it sounds actually quite good. So you maybe also heard some exterior shots already, and the car sounds actually quite decent for a 4-cylinder. Then of course on the inside it's even boosted a little bit more. So if you would not know it, you could suspect maybe it's a little, 1 or 2 cylinders more.
But power-wise, of course, with this acceleration figure, 4.9 seconds, that's, without doubt, pretty quick. So the X2 in general rather handles like a compact hot hatch, so to say. Here, very good feedback from the steering wheel. And in some of the new BMWs, I have criticized, especially in the new 3 Series, that you have some of a dead zone here in the like very low angle areas of the steering wheel. And that's not the case at all here. So even when I just do some very slight movement, there is a reaction. And I really love that with vehicles, because I want to be in control, and it's not uncomfortable at all. You know that even a little command does something. And to me, that's how it's supposed to be. At the same time, you don't have to steer that much, so the steering is somewhat progressive. Also, when we reach the next corner, you'll see how much I have to turn in depending on the angle of the corner. But overall, it gives you a very good agile feeling. Those sport seats here are also very supportive. Again, for taller people, the compact models of BMW in general will give you a little bit less comfort than their mid-size model. That's, of course, something pretty natural. However, if you're a little bit smaller than me, then it's no problem at all. And, for sport seats, they are still decently comfortable. Also, when you compare them to the normal sports seats they offer, those ones here are the option with the integrated head restraint. Both are doing actually a quite good job. I told you earlier that you cannot get them in all markets, for example, not in the US, those optional ones. But then you'll also be just fine with those normal sport seats. It's no problem. But of course, pretty fancy ones, visual alone. So we'll turn just right here. It's a nice indicator sound, by the way. So it gives you quite positive premium feelings. Sometimes we have vehicles, BMW cars here all over the place, near Munich. So sometimes we have cars which have indicator sounds which are quite weird. But this one here actually sounds very, very nice. So now we get to some nicer countryside roads, also very nice with the LAC. And this car really tempts you to go slalom all the way. It's just so much fun just to go a little bit right and left. And of course you have to watch out, maybe if the police is behind us and is this guy drunk? We need to stop them. But again, a lot of fun, and you would not say, oh, it's an SUV, I lose the driving fun or something. It's not so high SUV-ish. The X2 in general, also if you compare it to the X1, has a sportier setting, also sits a little bit lower. So the X2, to me, rather comes to this crossover styling, so less SUV, more crossover. But we know, why not offering it? If you want that little bit more SUV, then you would go for the X1. If you want more SUV, then you would go for the X3. So that's the models that are close in the lineup. And of course, we will present the all-new BMW the all-new BMW 1 Series soon to you here as well. Then also compare those then to the X1, X2 and so on, how are they actually different. Next roundabout, and it's always great when you reach the next roundabout. See here, you don't have to turn the steering wheel that much. Picks up the speed fantastically. That's really cool, like those accelerating out of the corners. If you hammer it even more, this one here, the top sports model, also comes with the mechanical differential lock in the front. That's different than to the base models. You need it, for example, when you accelerate out the corners, with a lot of punch, and maybe if it's even a little bit wet on the road. However, since this one here is all-wheel drive, so it's a front-wheel based platform, all-wheel drive on demand, so there goes also some torque to the rear on demand, and when you really need it, the more you accelerate, the more torque will be transported to the rear, maximum 50-50. Since this is an all-wheel drive car, then the front differential lock is not that important, how it would be when you just have the front-wheel drive. But overall, the all-wheel drive is a good solution to give you more grip when accelerating. Of course, it does not change the grip just when steering, that's just physics. But also some some more safety for winter drive, for example, especially when you have so much power as you would have here. And indeed, still in sport mode, it's also quite decently comfortable from the suspension. So I have not driven this adaptive suspension yet. I really have to say I would go for it. It's about 1,200 euros, in Germany at least, extra. So I would rather leave it with a base spec X2 if you don't want to spend so much money. And when you go for this top model here, then probably you want to spend more money anyway, or can spend more money anyway. And then it's also making sense to go for this adaptive suspension, since this one here, the X2 35i or M35i, to be very precise, is not available with the base suspension, so you definitely should pick up with this adaptive suspension here. So it feels good in the city. You still have somewhat a decent overview. It's okay. One problem is that, of course, the rear window graphics are somewhat slim, so that is reducing visibility. In the rear also, when you put some higher things in the trunk, and I look back now to this rear mirror, the top cover of the trunk is standing a little bit up because our luggage stuff was a little bit too high. So that is reducing visibility even more. So far, very decent ride, great steering, very nice suspension, great power also from this engine. Yeah, just when I think about the price, it already gets a little bit unattractive, but leaving the price aside, it's really a very decent ride. Oh, noise insulation, by the way. Didn't mention that one. So we've all been driving 100 kilometers, so about 60 miles, and that was still quite silent. So we can also say nothing bad about the noise insulation. They also, it's quite on an equal level like the X1, and they also done a good job here together with the things we mentioned in the interior overview, that they really worked on the interior build quality with BMW in the recent years. Well, and since we are in Germany today, we also have the chance to take this one here on unlimited Autobahn part in the sports mode and see how is this with a small displacement in the higher speed regions. I would say, let's find out. That's 200 kilometers an hour. Wow.
The most important and most sold BMW model worldwide is the BMW X3 today in a facelift version here on Autogefühl with Thomas. And let's take a look here in the front. The front double kidney here is now a little bit higher, even more massive vertical fins. In the X4, by the way, you have a dot structure on the inside, very interesting. And new matte colors. 3 matte colors are available in blue, white, or here in, well, you can say black, but they actually call it frozen deep gray metallic. So is it black or gray? Tell me in the comments. Maybe it's also a thing, male and female. Women always see different colors, where we are always like, this is black, yellow, blue, and that's it, Yeah, you know about this. Then lower part, either it comes standard now as a off-roadish look, which was formerly the X-Line, then you have a gray accentuation lower part, or here this is the M Sport model, so you have it in the high gloss black, depending on what you like best. The headlamps are now flatter here from the integration. LED is standard, then the adaptive matrix LED, and this is the option. These are the BMW laser lights with the blue accentuations, even more high beam range, up to 650 meters. Yeah, unless you're in the US, that's not allowed yet to have the full extension. Yeah, strange rules indeed. But definitely a very strong look here already in the front. We have here today, by the way, 20-inch wheels mounted, really massive. You can see them right here. These are, of course, an option. And once again, the M Sport model, you can also see the badge right here. Length remains at 4.71 meters or 185 inches, mid-size SUV. And this is also what makes it so successful, because it has kind of the right size, not too big, but also not too small. In the M Sport model, we also have the dark frames here around the windows. I more prefer chrome, but this one, of course, is together with the paint, the most sinister look ever for an X3 we had so far, definitely. Wheel size, by the way, range between 18 and 21 inch. Said earlier, these are the 20 8-inch ones. Well, suspension, you can also get an adaptive suspension. This is also a very interesting feature, and they're doing a very good job, so you do not miss an air suspension or something. And new feature actually in the facelift, the tail lamps already beginning here in the side profile. And here we are, new tail lamp style, very extravagant, so you really see directly this is the facelifted version. And a very clean design overall. They reduced some elements as well. Here the M Sport has these additional sporty elements, however. And then in the lower part, here with the X3, they still use real exhaust tips. So no job for the Autogefühl fake exhaust police today. So it has kind of the same form than, just like the fake tips. But here in these dissolves from that real exhaust. Yeah, quite interesting. By the way, advantages, disadvantages. On the one hand, the fake tips are sometimes a little bit pathetic. On the other hand, in terms of very small crashes from the rear, of course, they protect the real exhaust tips a little bit better. But what about you? Do you think the real thing is better, or wouldn't you mind? Turning indicators in the front, it replaces here one part of the signature, very beautifully done. And in the rear, also very cool idea. So these new tail lamps signature here houses then the indicator in the middle. This here with a normal gray metallic color. Here you can see how the standard line now looks like. So the standard model now has this so far X-line design here with the contrasting matte gray. This looks really cool, so a more off-roadish look for most X3 that will be on the market now. And this also accounts for the side, here the side bumper also with the contrasting matte silver style, and also then here for the rear. So once again, this is the base model now. In this case, the plug-in hybrid, but for all base X3 here, then this contrasting lower part. I think that looks way better than the M Sport model in this, high gloss black trim. This just adds so much cool off-roadishness to it, doesn't it? And this is a top sports model, the X3 M Competition. New color here for that one as well. This is not the matte color, but here, clearly the Thomas Blue color here on Autogefühl. This would be my absolute favorite color. They are just restricted to the M vehicles. Yeah, so probably would have to get an M for that then, right? This is the Marina Bay Blue Metallic. As for engines, you have a set of engines here in the BMW X3. So you have 2-liter 4-cylinders and 3-liter 6-cylinders, both on petrol and diesel side. You have a petrol plug-in hybrid and then also the full electric iX3. So basically a very wide range of different powertrains. Today, 6-cylinder time. Trunk space, here electric hatch. There we go. And this is here the cover without rails at the side, but it's actually quite okay. And then this is the maximum size, and if I also fold the seats, of 1,560 liters overall. And this counts for all models except the plug-in hybrid, which has a step in there. Here, sample luggage easily fits also in upright. Then the width is actually even a little bit longer than 1 meter or 40 inches. So that's a very good result. See here, even a little bit more. This is 1 meter or 40 inches, even here. And the normal length here to the seats is 93 centimeters or 36 inches below here. You can see some more space. So, and then we can also fold this other part right here, and see here it folds flat very easily. Car keys, limit light, and also with the colors here with the M Sport package. Door closing sound. Okay, but not super exceptionally or something. Then soft touch here and also softer here, also for your elbows. This is actually reasonably soft. Good build quality also for the door handles and so on. And I really like this stamped in X here. Yeah, optional Harman Kardon sound system. Can recommend it for music lovers indeed. Then the M Sport package also in this case today on the interior, also here, for example. Heated steering wheel button is always there. And I like that we still have manual steering wheel buttons, the real deal, not the hashtag capacitive curse or something. Then you can see here, these are the animal skin seats, but they are big news for the seats because now in this facelift you have 4 different new choices of SensorTech seats, perforated SensorTech. They look almost the same. I will soon show you that. We have a car here today also which has this, and they are available then in black, beige, brown and red. Just the UK market does not get the beige seats. Probably BMW is afraid that you spill your tea on it, and in Germany we get the beige SensorTech seats because German beer has the same color anyway, So 1.86 or 6'1", still enough headroom left here. Comfortable seating position and steering wheel in and out, very smooth process, and you can easily find a good seating position already. This king of the road experience, although
It's not the biggest full-size SUV, but you already have a grown-up SUV feeling. Interior overview with a clean design and still a good user interface because you have manual climate unit right here, or just deactivated, there we go. So manual climate unit, easy to control while driving, also with the volume knob, but also volume controls at the steering wheel, manual shifting pedals and so on. This is what we still need. You have a combination, and because you also have digital gauges, 5-inch on the left side and 10.25 on the right side would be standard. The BMW Live Cockpit is now standard, so like this. And this then is the bigger screen, optional 12.3. If you go for BMW Live Cockpit Professional option, you get 12.3-inch here and also 12.3-inch digital instruments. So this full setup then right here. Zoom out deals to each of the screens. Then in the lower part, you have another nice X3 stamping in here. Then you open this one here. This is not an this one here is not an inductive charging pad, by the way. Here USB-A charger, and then you have the cup holders. They are adaptive, and here the classic shifting lever. And now what's interesting, sport, comfort mode, but there's not this adaptive mode anymore because hardly anyone used it. This one now goes for the hill descent control and this auto hold. So the auto hold function to deactivate it or activate it is now instead of the adaptive driving mode. Still this classic knob here also to change something in the digital infotainment screen while driving, and you can also write something on that when you want to put in an address. And here, very well attached with more space underneath. But the X3 does offer an option of an inductive charging pad. We have another vehicle where it has this function here, so there. Oh, and Schmoozy is recharging. So the only thing is, our vehicle today did not have this option because of the supply chain problems for the semiconductors. So this is also a thing where it comes apparent for the car industry, but we could still find a vehicle with an inductive charging pad. BMW operating system 7, and I really like this, the best system that BMW has. Yes, it's better than the new OS 8 indeed. Really fast, very responsive, very clear to read, and you can easily also switch then to the Apple CarPlay here, for example. Goes all the way over the screen, nice integration, and this Harman Kardon sound system has a very nice, clear sound, so I can just recommend it indeed. And voice input, either Hello BMW or here this button. Set temperature to 22 degrees.
All right. I set the temperature in the driver's area on 22 degrees Celsius.
The only thing is you have to have the engine started for that. You cannot do that while stationary, but then again, while stationary, it's also easy to do that. But this is one example for the voice control. Digital instruments, very clear to read. I really like them. They're not that adjustable. What you can do is here assisted systems view, or here change the map view. That's what you know is more useful while driving probably. And when Michelle revs it now, yeah, here we go. This view does not show the rev counter here. So, but when we, for example, go to sports mode, and then you can see this does show this rev counter. So it adapts then indeed according to the driving mode. Here this is the eco mode. I cannot see it. So yeah, definitely sport mode is the coolest, right? Head-up display, speed, loud speed, and also arrows, or even an intersection when you're approaching it. And yeah, you can, for example, also change the height. This looks so weird, right?
Looks like a 90s game.
Yeah, Michelle said it looks like a 90s game. Or what about the rotation? Yeah, Space Invaders or something. Yeah, really funny. Ambient lighting, you can pick some different colors. Of course, I would always go for Thomas Blue, but you can also get different ones right there. You can see it here in the rear, for example, but it's also in the front. Rear seating area, let's check out that. By the way, at the inside of the doors, you also have a soft touch here on the top part. That's good. And also, again, this X stamping here. And you see here with 4 tall adults, it's no problem, directly fits. So this is when I have the driver's seat to my position, and 1m86 or 6'1" here in the rear, also no problem as for the headroom. There is a substantial middle tunnel because it's a rear-wheel driven platform, and of course most have all-wheel drive. So you can see here 2 USB-C chargers here now in the middle part, and sitting in the middle part is actually quite okay. That works as well. Of course, the outside seats are more comfortable, and also with ISOFIX. And here you can use this one as a ski hatch, or pull this one down and then have adaptive cup holders in the rear. Oh, and this one here adjusts the back part of the rear bench, so you more can have this sleeping position or more upright style depending on what your mood is. And here in this vehicle we do have the new standard SensorTech seats. First of all, the sport seat is now standard, so this seat form is now the standard seat worldwide for the X3. And also here then you can see the perforated sensor tag. So this is a high-grade leatherette. It's animal-free, but no one could tell. It's very soft. Perforation for more breathable functions while driving, especially in summertime, for example. And really high quality. Look at that, how soft it is. And yeah, the whole surface is really perfect. To me, it makes an even better impression than the animal skin surface. Really cool. And again, standard for all the X3 and even X4 models. And available black, beige, brown, like it is here, or in red. And that's very cool. Here the center tech seats, even perforated in the rear, so you get the very same quality for the rear seats than for the front seats, because quite often you see it in vehicles that, for example, the rear seats have the cheaper materials or something, or then are not perforated when the front is perforated. And here actually the very same, both front and rear. And we also have this vehicle here equipped with the panoramic roof. This is an option, so it has a shade actually, not powered fully at the moment, so it has a shade, and also you can open it completely. Welcome here. Woo! All-wheel drive acceleration, rear bias, and yeah, it's a very good balanced feeling you have here already when accelerating out. So X3 and X4 also in this facelift remain this rear bias from that all-wheel drive. So most models of course come with all-wheel drive, and in the sport mode they give you some extra punch. You also hear that the RPMs are a little bit higher than you usually have a gear lower than in this sporty mode. And we can also show you an acceleration here with the 6-cylinder diesel we have in our test today. This is here from 30 kilometers an hour to 100. That's it. So really powerful, very nice, and at the same time you can go back to the comfort mode. Then the gears are shifted up a little bit, just more, you know, subtle feeling overall. About the diesel discussion in general, you know, they are going back in the registrations. However, the BMW 3-liter 6-cylinder diesel is to me the best diesel engine there is on the market. So if diesel is still a thing for you, this one would be the one to go for, because it is very powerful, has actually a nice sound, and even has very good fuel economy. And there is a tractor in front of the road, but why is that guy not overtaking? There we go. Yeah, that's of course good here to have power when overtaking. Yeah, it's really nice. So just on the whole driving characteristic, this 3-liter 6-cylinder diesel by BMW is very, very good indeed. By the way, sport mode here from the steering, you have quite good feeling of that. In the comfort mode then, it's a little bit lighter. So here in this area here, it's more for running straight. And then you get a little bit more feeling to the outsides each. But the whole vehicle is very, very well balanced. We also have one of the best suspensions there is on the market. So in the bigger BMW models, the adaptive suspension is to me one of the best suspensions there is. It does not make you miss an air suspension. The suspension logic here for the X3 is base suspension, fixed sport suspension, you can have that for the sport models, or then the adaptive suspension, and then if you have a sport model, it has a sporty touch then each. But no, I want traffic information. Yeah, this rather was distracting than giving me some good information. I usually have them deactivated actually. So the adaptive suspension here in a normal mode, very good balance of comfort and sportiness. And when you go for the sport mode, yeah, the only thing that's kind of distracting to pick it in the middle console. So in the sporty mode, you have a little bit more feedback then from a suspension. That's good. For example, also for some sporty maneuvers here on the motorway. You can also shift down yourself here, for example, and then you also have a quicker acceleration from that. So using these shifting pedals, also a lot of fun. Here now on the motorway, let's test the high-speed features. It's always good to check the noise installation, for example. Here we go, and we are already at 140 kilometers an hour. Well, we can go a little bit faster today. So that's a good thing always when we're in Germany here on these motorways. And recently it was agreed that the new government in Germany will not put the absolute speed limit. So yeah, all racers are saying like, yes! I always see like, split. It's for our tests, it's great, and I'd like to drive very fast myself. But for a whole society, it can also be clever to limit the speed. So I think it's not black and white only, you know. So here now at 150 kilometers an hour. So yeah, that's about. Damn, I need to show this. You know, there's this double speed option for BMW, right? So I don't have to calculate kilometers to miles per hour. This is also a thing, by the way, here while driving. So you can do something in the infotainment system. Of course, better to set the cruise control. Here, instrument cluster, and then there, convert the speed. There we go. 140 kilometers an hour, yeah, about 90 miles an hour. Thank you, BMW. Because you can also not see it on the camera, because that's the only thing with the BMW reviews. Our camera always, you know, the steering wheel is always blocking the speed view because the speed is here on the left side. Only the true M models have the speed on the very middle part when you go into this M mode. That's the thing, you know. So we have to tell you the speed then. And yeah, my point was, I can control something of the infotainment system while driving in a way that I don't have to like do this. I really can use this knob in the lower part, and I still like to have this one here as an option that we can use that one. So that's also my part in the interior, or my point in the interiors. My point in the interior part was that this vehicle here offers a very good user interface because it mixes modern elements like the OS 7 system with hard buttons we can still use, and that's to me so much better than some of the all-new vehicles we see, which capacitive curves only, capacitive buttons here, only touchscreen stuff there, and so on and so on. One more time, sport mode, 120 kilometers an hour to 200 kilometers an hour. Still it's going. And here we go, 200 kilometers an hour, 125 miles an hour. And there you can see really good from noise insulation. It's not too loud, sound deadening is really well done. Such a high ride quality from the X3, and the suspension does a great job once again. Wow. Yeah, Michel's also taking off his headphones and saying like, wow, that's not too loud in here. I mean, it's really high speed, and we are in an SUV. So very impressive what they do here with sound deadening. And when they go for normal motorway speeds, like now going back to 120 kilometers an hour, that's 75 miles an hour. Here setting the cruise control, great performance. This is something you can sustain for hours actually. Then this is also equipped here with the most elaborated assistance system. So you can set the cruise control, and also is the lane keeping assistant. If I provoke it a little bit, it's first here blind spot monitor because the car is coming from behind, but I'm not sure if any camera can pick it up. So it's a yellow triangle in the side mirror. So here if I provoke the vehicle to run off-road a little bit here, and then you can see here it counter steers, keeps me in the lane. Also very well done. So top notch as for the assistance systems. And the thing is, they are also very reliable. And sometimes people are also thinking, you know, what about Tesla? They have the camera-based systems and they have so much data and so on. But I can clearly say the BMW assistance systems, to me, probably are the best on the market at the moment because they're most reliable. I never had a situation where it's like, this was a false negative or a false positive. Whereas, for example, with the Tesla autopilot, it's so many times that the car was braking, but it was not supposed to be braking or something like these, you know. So, yeah, that's a very interesting thing to know for sure. So really feeling at home here on the motorway. The difference, by the way, here, the animal skin seat, to me feels stiffer than the new SensorTech high-grade leatherette seat. So definitely stick with the base seats and not go for this one we have here at the moment. Showed it to you earlier. Yeah, and they also do not have the perforation. The perforation also adds more comfort, definitely, while driving. So once again, we know why the X3 is the most sold BMW model, because it just has the best balance, you know. You have upright seating position, you have good comfort, you have substantial size on the interior, but then again, not the biggest size on the exterior. The X1, of course, would be more practical and better as for the price performance. Yes, that's true, because it does not offer the 6-cylinder engines, therefore has a shorter hood and has shorter, you know, road impact. But then again, that's 6-cylinder though, right? And that's, you know, the case then also where it's fun even if you drive it as the diesel. You should also compare our BMW X1 review if you want to go a little bit smaller Or of course, thinking about the competitors here, for example, the Audi Q5.
Well, starting with the X line, with the normal BMW X4, we get LED as standard headlamps then, and optional adaptive LED lights. This is the highest option then. Beautiful daytime running light signature then in this case also. The X4M has this bigger front double kidney, also with a dark or black design and with the vertical fins right there, X4M badge. Also more impressive here, and high gloss black in this lower area over a very strong stance in the road. But already as normal X4 looks stronger than before in this new generation. This striking color here for the day, by the way, is called Toronto Red. 4.76 m, 15'6" or 187 inches is the length of the BMW X4, and usually it comes then starting with 18-inch wheels. But here the X4M competition would go up to 21-inch wheels. However, today we have 20-inch wheels with winter tires mounted. Therefore, the tires look a little bit bigger also. Let's see also what that changes in the driving behavior. Then here the top model, the competition package usually includes a little bit more extra features always, exterior and interior actually. And here we have these side design elements, but they're just design elements, by the way, so there's no function in this case. You know, with some BMW models, they have this Airstream or air curtain function then in the front, but here it's not the case. Here we have contrasting black mirrors, and they have very aerodynamic, beautiful design. Then black all around the frames right here to make it a little bit sportier, and this X4 new generation has a little bit more elegant roofline here, and especially how it forms then to the rear. Strong shoulder, and it will get even more interesting in the rear. Of course, big difference, X3, X4 is this falling roofline, which has this sporty appeal, but then of course also some practicability disadvantages. Really depends on what you like. And of course the M model here comes with an M Sports suspension. The new generation of the BMW X4 comes here with these new horizontal tail lamps, and I think they're really more modern and more beautiful. Overall, the rear is a little bit sleeker than, but then again, the X4M competition adds here this black rear wing, together with a massive diffuser in the lower part, honeycomb structure right here, and then the sports exhaust. 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you think about the sound you heard so far? So what we have here today is the X4M competition, 3-liter inline 6-cylinder, 510 horsepower, 4.1 seconds is the acceleration figure, 0 to 100 kilometers an hour or 62 miles an hour. Wow, that's of course pretty impressive. The non-competition model is at 480 horsepower, 0.1 seconds slower, if you can say so. And then this 3-liter 6-cylinder is also available as the M40i with 360 horsepower. That's totally fine. And also a pretty cool engine pick. Probably I would rather go for this one for a better price-performance ratio. And then of course you also have the 2-liter 4-cylinders, also on the petrol side. And then diesels, you also have the choice between 2-liter 4-cylinder and 3-liter 6-cylinder. Interesting here of course that we have this additional carbon fiber bar, stability bar, that gives more stiffness to the chassis. Now let's take a look at the interior. Here carbon fiber inserts for this M competition model, very beautiful. And also other than that, instead of the doors, soft touch, everything from a great quality. Here you also get these M competition entry badges. Then steering wheel with the distinct M mode buttons. You can program them what they are supposed to do actually to give the car a little bit sportier touch. And then that left side here for the cruise control, right side to start the voice recognition system or for the volume, for example. Then the X4M only comes with animal skin seats. You can see these sport seats here, they look amazing, really cool as for the form. And here also with the M competition you get these illuminated badges inside. Well, for the base X4, you also get more sustainable or animal-friendly materials. In Europe, for example, fabric and the fabric mixed seat, and especially in the US, you get the sensor tech in black and beige. So, especially for the sportiest versions, I would have wished some microfiber or fabric seat mix, because then you don't slide on them too much also while driving sporty. Now getting inside, of course, as always with a shoe tap, get the interior clean. Well, here the seating position is upright, as you know from an SUV, but it's a little bit sportier if you compare it to the X3, because the A-pillar is flatter here. But if I put the seat in the lowest position with 1m86 or 6'1", there's still enough headroom left, plenty of. Well, it will be less when you have a panoramic roof, this one here without one. I usually put the seat a little bit higher then again to have a more upright seating position right there. Steering wheel can be put up and down and in and out, and it's a very smooth process as well. So for these additional sports seats, they are still somewhat comfortable. However, the base sports seats in the X4 will be more comfortable, as they leave you a little bit more room to play with. These are, of course, a little bit more caging in, unless you really like that. Now to the interior, soft touch material here on the dashboard, beautiful. Then you have the carbon fiber inserts here for the sporty models. It's also really cool. You still have a separate climate unit with this, turning knobs, and I really like to have that to be able to control it somewhat manually. Then in the lower part, either it's being closed or you open it. X4M competition badge in this competition package. Inductive charging pad for your smartphone. In this case makes sense because we also have the Apple CarPlay wireless. Then adaptive cup holders and the special shifting lever. So interesting is that for the driving mode you put it to the right side, or for the sports mode once again, neutral and then rear. So it's a little bit imitating as it would be manual. So the top part here is for changing transmission modes, and on the left side you also have different settings here. For example, all for the suspension when you want to put that manual, So a lot of different variations. And on the right side still this turning pressing knob. You can also control this touchscreen from below, for example, while driving. The cover here, very well attached. And if you open the armrest, some more space underneath with another USB-A charger. The second one is in the very front. Then with the steering wheel, we have these M buttons right there. You can set them as separate customizable hotkeys. You have shifting pedals here, which feel quite good. And then the digital instruments, they are, let's say, half digital, half analog, because the outside parts there, the aluminum, let's say, rings, they are analog, but on the inside it's all digital. And then we can also rev it up, for example, here. Yeah, here we go. Rather a classic style, but I somehow like it. And when you turn them off, it looks like this. And when I then open the door as well, then you can see that they actually disappear. You have this operating software here at the moment, but the latest one is supposed to be coming as well. But this one already has the Apple CarPlay in a wireless way. Let's listen to this optional Harman Kardon sound system, which is really a nice surround sound. Really like that. And once again, they always do that with the manufacturers. They put the bass in the settings all the way up that say, oh, it sounds even more sophisticated. And then I search the equalizers and turn the bass all the way down, because I want to hear the true sound system. Very interesting. So here the main menu once again. Actually pretty decent fuel economy overall for this very sporty car. Let's take a look at the GPS right here. So also pretty responsive. I like that. And the GPS destination software is also good. And since this one here is not the one with the natural voice input, it still works. However, when I put the voice input and then say like a destination, this still works. So some basic functions already are there, but not with a natural voice input, let's say. And camera-wise, when you put it in the rear view camera, then there we go. Also with the helping lines right there and fake draw view from above. And then there's also a separate camera button. For example, you can change it around. This one here then, for example, with the very wide angle, pretty impressive. Or then back to this view again. And here you can see how you can configure your M settings. For example, right there, what you want to have it as for the M1 button. Want to have the DSC, how the X drive is behaving, for example, engine setting, chassis. So you can also, for example, put the chassis to a comfortable mode, but the throttle and to a very aggressive input, however you want to like it. Yay! And BMW wings here as the top lighting, I always like to see that. Do you fancy them as well? As for the rear, there's also soft touch at the rear inside of the doors, so that's good quality-wise. These sport seats here are quite voluminous, therefore they don't also leave too much legroom. Here, you see, it's still okay for 4 tall adults, no problem, but not more. And if you compare, for example, X3 or X4 to the X1, the BMW X1 has the same legroom here in the rear because no 6-cylinders in that one, shorter front hood, but here in the X3 or X4, we do have the 6-cylinder possibility. That's why we also have the X4M here today. Well, headroom-wise, I do exactly fit here. I can put a hand over my head still. So although you have this falling roofline, it still works with the X4. Well, the rear seating bench is not the most comfortable one, so to say, also pretty short, but I think it's still okay. Here also interesting that you have the possibility here with this button actually to change it a little bit, so you can put it a little bit more back or a little bit more to the front, change the angle of the back part. You can already also flip the seats from here. Other than that, here with the competition model, we also have these beautiful stripes at the seating, at the seat belt. Yes, of course, seating belt. Well, and then there's the ISOFIX here at the outside and cup holders. Adaptive also with these rubber. And ski hatch. Last but not least, the middle unit here. You can also get a separate climate unit here and another 12-volt power supply. Well, you flip the logo here to open it, 525 to 1,430 liters. So that's a little bit less in liter figure than with the BMW X3, but just a little bit because the liter figures are measured actually below this top cover here, which you can also remove, by the way, better with 2 hands, of course. Then the trunk here, as for the luggage size, you see here, fits very well, no problem. You can also reach over like this from here to flip the seats. That's possible because there are no separate releases right here. And also some measurements for you. So the normal trunk length up to the seats upright is here about 1 meter. The same also goes for the trunk width, a little bit more actually. And the height here up to the cover is about 50 centimeters. So overall good dimensions. Just when you want to transport some very, very high things here in the rear, that would be a limiting factor if you compare it to the X3. And here in length, this is almost 1 meter and 80. Well, there's one thing here when you are in a basement garage, because then you see how high this one is opening and you have to pay attention that it doesn't hit the, the top ceiling of the basement garage. So I'm not really sure. I have to put it against the BMW X3, but especially here then also with the top wing and so on, that can actually be a problem. Last but not least, what about child safety? Yeah, I think that's still quite okay. Welcome, my friends, to the BMW X4M, Thomas's active driving lounge. We'll pull it here with the first M button, everything in the sports gauges. I'll reduce the speed a little bit for you that you can get more of this acceleration. We start at about 50 kilometers an hour, so like at 25 miles something, and let's accelerate out. That's 200 kilometers an hour or 125 miles. Very impressive. Very even acceleration from this all-wheel drive. Wow. Smooth but yet very powerful. Nice engine sound. This 3-liter 6-cylinder engine is superb. Not only in the M version here, but also in the normal base versions. What a great engine. And here, of course, delivering even more performance, being tuned from the software. But it can also be quite efficient as well. More to that later. Wow. And car is still very stable here. Of course, not as stable as a sedan or something would be. So here I have to fight it a little bit. Here we go. And also with winter tires, So when you're driving these high speeds with winter tires in an SUV, you maybe saw also that the car was, moving just a little bit more as a sedan would do with especially with summer timers. So of course, always pay attention to that. In this sports mode, also the suspension is a little bit stiffer than. You can all individualize it as we've shown you in the interior part. You want to go on here, guys?
There we go. Peugeot 206cc. Funny little car, right? Not being built anymore for ages, but definitely really funny. Yeah, this hardtop construction was also a tricky thing. So you can always go back to the comfort mode again. Then a little bit easier to roll here just, but wait a minute, that's a tunnel. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I really love electric vehicles. I have no problem when the car does not have any sound, but I mean, when we have a sound here now, why not listen to it? At least when we're in the tunnel and we are not annoying anyone, you know, sleeping in their garden or something. So in the valley, you know, in the village, next to the neighbors, I always, you know, try to pay as much respect as possible. Here on the motorway, then you can let it fly a little bit more. So now again back to 100 kilometers an hour, and also noise insulation wise, here motorway speeds really good. They've worked on that in this new generation, pretty amazing. Nothing to complain about. It's also actually suitable for longer motorway drives. No problem with that. And so the suspension setting here in the M, I mean, it's an adaptive suspension, so you can switch it around a little bit, but I'm a little bit more happy with that here than with the BMW X5 M or the X6 M. That was a little bit stiffer from the whole setup, but again, could also be a real thing. Soon going to talk more about that. First of all, let's accelerate it out once more. Well, and here we go. Now we hit high speeds. Yeah, you feel the winter tires definitely. They're swinging a little bit too much. And again, the winter tires are also not laid out to have like these high speeds. And you do realize it's an SUV. So yeah, I mean, it's impressive how sport they could get it. But then again, at some point, you can't also deny the genes for that. So a true sports car would be a little bit calmer than here in this high-speed corner, definitely. But still a lot of sporty fun you're having here. These solar panels almost look like a speed camera, but there's no limited speed here, not yet. Soon there will come some speed limiting, and we can use that for another brake from 200 to 120. Not hammering it completely, but here, you know, wow, those brakes really hammer it in. But then maybe you saw again how it was, you know, correcting a little bit. So back to the normal driving mode again. Whew. Yeah. That was quite speedy already. So I can just conclude from this sporty driving part here, awesome acceleration, and especially here with winter tires, you have to be, you know, paying attention. Winter tires plus SUV does swim just a little bit, so can't deny the fact that sedans are better as for the sports performance. But again, impressive what they've done here with an SUV, how sporty they can actually make that feel. Yeah, that's also how city driving is sometimes, you know. Also Jaguar F-Type, soon also Jaguar F-Type facelift here in Autogefühl. Well, yeah, I mean, you can also drive actively in the city. A little bit, of course, you have to be calm, watch your cyclist, don't exceed the maximum speed inside the city, but accelerating out in a sporty manner from the traffic light, yeah, sometimes why not? That's why we are also still car enthusiasts, you know, like sentient car enthusiasts, but yeah, somehow it's still in the blood. Well, and the thing is here, also inside the city, I can, for example, use the cruise control, and it keeps up the speed then as I want it. And I can also activate or deactivate the lane keeping assist, but that wouldn't be, you know, a big factor when driving here in the city. The thing is here, I was starting in sports mode, but usually I would go back to the normal mode, because here in the city I want to drive a little bit calmer. Unless the next traffic light is on red, for example, I can go back to the sports mode again, just using this shifting lever. Yeah, I mean, we can also then change the different transmission modes. So in this case, when I'm switching to the sports mode, it goes also a mode up in the transmission mode. Well, when you go back, it really kicks you in there. But you know, the normal transmission mode is usually also just fine and already quite sporty. And there's really so much things you can do then. Here again, then we know with this M button, which you can individualize, or then the second M button, which you could set to an even harsher tone, but most of the time it's not really that relevant in the city. Especially also, I would leave the suspension on comfort. Yes, you know, the suspension is adaptive, but still it is of course stiffer and rougher than with the normal X4 cars. However, I do feel, maybe it's the combination also 21-inch and summer tires versus 20-inch and winter tires, which we have here. So you can also get the summer tires 21-inch, that's the stiffest combination then. But here then, riding 20-inch with the winter tires, that is better to sustain. And I also had it with the BMW X5 and X6M, where we had the biggest wheels mounted that were available for that one. And then also with summer tires then in the US. And that was such a harsh ride. So I feel that this ride here is a little bit better. I think it shows again that you should not always go for the biggest wheels. Yeah, I mean, they look kick-ass, definitely, yeah. But again, if riding comfort is any concern to you, you would rather leave it with the little bit smaller wheels. So the cool thing is, with this 3-liter 6-cylinder we have here, you can also drive it in a calm way. We also know this engine from non-M models, and it's a very good overall engine. It can also somewhat be driven in an economic way, if you want so. So when you have cruise control, motorway and so on, you can score some 10 liters on 1 kilometers, or 23 mpg US, 28 mpg UK with this vehicle here. That is possible, as long as you don't really use that throttle. And that's, I mean, the good thing about this 3-liter 6-cylinder, it's actually for a petrol engine quite efficient one. Will be even better, of course, in the fuel economy figures when you're not in this M version, because you're not tempted to use it all the time, all the way. And you know, maybe also you experience that here together with me in the city. It can indeed also be driven in a calm way. Here also I feel that the steering setup is really great, and it's so much better than in the BMW 3 Series. Once again, yeah, maybe you've heard me complaining about that quite a lot of times with the 3 Series. I don't understand. Here, the SUVs, which are built in Spartanburg in the US, they don't have any dead zone area here, you know, in the low degree angles, but the 3 Series has. Why? I don't know. Here in the SUVs, especially in the compact SUVs, perfect steering setup, feels natural, direct enough, not too much work on the steering wheel, so it's a very great steering setup they did find here. The X4, of course, has a little bit less overview than the X3, so, and this one here, 8-pillar is flatter, so you feel already sportier. It usually also has a sportier setup when you directly compare base versions. So it really depends on what's your preference there, whether it's X3 and X4, definitely. But it has such a good and neutral balanced handling. Doesn't feel too heavy, doesn't feel too big. That's of course also an advantage if you compare, you know, X4 versus X6. So even if you say like, oh, you know, don't care about the money and so on, if you want a little bit sportier, better handling, then you would go for the smaller vehicle. And of course, you don't have so much problems like parking in and out. If you live in an area where space or parking space is no problem anyway, well, you know, then it can also be an X5, especially considering the price we have to pay here for this very vehicle. And you remember, you know, you can easily get a nicely spec'd X4 or like 50k or something. That's possible, you know, it's okay, you know, euros or dollars. This one here, as it stands here right now, overall, 108,000 euros. Seriously, for an X4? Come on, really? Yeah, we had a lot of fun in the acceleration, and also the brakes are working very well, definitely. Always have to react to these traffic lights. But then again, no, I don't think the price is really justified for that, you know? Because already with the normal version here of the 3-liter 6-cylinder engine, the non-M version, you can have a lot of fun. It's no problem, yeah. But that's quite often the times with these high-spec versions. By the way, when you're standing still here, we also realize that very good noise insulation here. That's also a step up the game here, considering the previous generation, this generation. And if you ask me, the biggest difference is really this feeling of refinement here in this new generation. If you compare it to the previous one, also interior build quality and so on, this is the thing I think that that matters most. And when I want a little bit more acceleration, either I use the S shifting mode, not necessarily going all to this sports gauge, or I shift back myself here with the shifting pedals, and then you already can get a nice punch. And even this punch, since the all-wheel drive is really rear-wheel biased, holding the right pedal, by the way, to go in the automatic shifting mode again. I mean, I was getting on the motorway, hitting the throttle with a little bit lower gear, and everything, all these stability systems were in place. And even in this situation, I felt, yeah, it's predominantly rear-wheel driven. Not all, of course, since also power is transferred to the front wheels, but the rear got a little bit lighter. It didn't slide out or something, but just got a little bit lighter. That's, you know, something you feel, and you know, when you have just a feeling for your vehicle, you know. That's it. So very interesting, very sporty, very cool, and I think it's always pretty amazing how sporty you can make such an SUV that you sit still upright and more comfortable than you would be in a sedan or something, but still can have this sporty experience. Of course, a sedan, due to the lower center of gravity, will always be sportier than as for this, and you know, the agility aspect. But this is always, you know, this is still totally fine. And again, when you, for example, as for me, I mean, just from the visual part, I find sedans more beautiful. But then again, when you're a little bit taller and you tend to get lower back pain in some very low-sitting cars, then of course the SUVs do help you with the upright seating position. And that's why I always appreciate SUVs as well.
This one here, the X5 in the new generation, has this bigger double kidney, really massive, also with adaptive air intakes. They only open on demand, and more horizontally drawn headlamps, and nice daytime running light signature. Optional, you can get adaptive LEDs. The normal LEDs are standard, and optional, the laser lights with even more high beam functionality, and you can see that in the blue accentuations right there. This one here does not have a special sporty line. You can see here there's more this off-road contrast in the lower parts, so I think, you know, that also fits to the car very well. Also soon more about discussion about the wheel arches. Do you like the new X5 in design in the front? And if it's a PHEV or not, in the front you cannot really see it. And that's also, you know, a lot of the times now with the PHEVs that manufacturers say, let's just make them normal looking. Just over 4 meters 90, 16 foot 2 or 195 inches is the X5, and this is a little bit longer, also a little bit more wheelbase than the previous generation. More if you consider the previous PHEV, and the nowadays PHEV has been done under the hood. Soon more to that. Here with the crossover wheel arches, you know, in the sporty lines it's also available in vehicle color, but I actually prefer it with SUVs as it is here right now, because that says, hey, I'm an SUV. An optional 21-inch wheels, so one of the biggest that are available. Yeah, you can also live with smaller ones, then you have a little bit more dampening comfort. Usually an X5 is also available with a standard adaptive suspension, and an option you can go for the air suspension. Here the plug-in hybrid comes standard with the air suspension, because they say, BMW says, our customers will go for the PHEV rather want, you know, the luxury and comfort and calmness, not the most aggressive driving behavior. And so the air suspension here is already standard, and you know, both suspension are actually doing a good job. So yeah, it's definitely no loss for that. Here in the white color for today, then we have interesting design elements here, for example, but this one is all closed off, no function in this case, contrasting in the lower part, and the classic SUV styling here, then also with dark windows to make it a little bit more aggressive, together with those black wheels. So yeah, although it's not a special sporty line, it already looks quite sporty even as a PHEV if you do those black things around. The new X5 looks a little sportier in the rear, especially due to those new tail lamps, and they are even a little bit three-dimensional. That's what I like about them. This one, by the way, the X-Line. X-Line is characterized that you have those gray or silver contrasts here in the lower, and also seen it in the front part. Then you have those beauty exhaust tips on the outside and the real exhaust on the inside from this 3-liter 6-cylinder, and talked about it quite a lot with the designer of the vehicle, and they actually use those outside tips because they say they don't want to use pure fake exhaust tips like other manufacturers. They also want to have a little bit of a function, but still want to have a more expressive design than just the exhaust tips on the inside. And it also enables the exhaust to work with the material. For example, when you're driving high speed at a longer time, then the whole metal expands and gets longer, and so that's also why it's a little bit hidden in there, so it can go, you know, for longer and shorter and so on. Yeah, some things tend to get a little bit longer when they're hot. So, under the hood, whereas the previous generation used the 2-liter 4-cylinder, now they switched the PHEV to the inline 6-cylinder, 3-liter of displacement, turbo petrol engine. And why did they do that? Well, talked to the engineer, and he actually said, yeah, you know, we tried some things, you know, comparing both engines, and this one was not less efficient than the small one in this combination. And so they thought, yeah, why not giving the customers 2 cylinders more? If you pay such a high price for a vehicle, you might be more satisfied with 6-cylinder and also appreciate more of the sound when you use the kickdown. And I mean, when it's also not less efficient, so why not in this case? So here, the total system output, electric motor and the combustion engine together is 394 horsepower, and it does not change anything from the all-wheel drive. It's a rear-wheel biased all-wheel drive system, and since the electric motor does not sit on a specific axle but is integrated actually in the transmission, so to say, nothing is changed as for the all-wheel drive characteristics. So it's all the time basically electric and combustion in this hybrid mode, and everything also on the 4 wheels, and that means also that this car can recuperate on both axles, so then the regenerative braking is also more efficient. So what about charging and battery and so on? So we're charging at the moment, and unfortunately only with a maximum of 3.7 kilowatt. Yeah, that's not too much, but the BMW philosophy is rather that you say, yo, PHEV customers leave their car overnight somewhere, the battery is not too big, and then it doesn't matter anyway if it's that strong. Yeah, for short recharging, you know, if you're at a public charging station, then it does make a difference. But for the normal use case, you charge at work or you charge at home and then again leave it in the basement garage or in your normal garage or whatever, then it's also fine that you cannot recharge that fast. So you would just use a normal household plug, for example. So charging power 3.7 kilowatt. Battery size is 24 kilowatt hours, and that's already quite reasonable for a PHEV. Remember, recently the GLE PHEV had 31 kilowatt hours, that is even a little bit bigger, and it was about 100 kilometers of pure electric range. And here now, with this battery, about 80 kilometers of pure electric range, that's about 50 miles. And considering other PHEVs, yeah, the GLE a little bit more now with the bigger battery, but comparing to other PHEVs, this one really one of the, you know, most electric ranges ones already. So I think that already makes sense. One advantage of the PHEV is that you get an independent heating, as standard equipment. They can also, in this case, control it with this big computer key, as I always call it. But also keyless entry available, of course, and door closing sound. Yeah, quite solid from this big door, and also bigger door pockets, and a nice overall build quality. The ambient lighting will be used right there, and they really stepped up the build quality if you compare it to the previous generation. Then there's the M steering wheel, so you can also get a sporty styling in the interior if you like. The decor elements, in this case rather this, you know, is a structured material. Looks aluminum-alike, but it's not aluminum. But definitely looks also quite good. Those seats are also available for the X5 in Sensatec, a sustainable material. In this case here, the animal skin pack. Of course, Sensatec would fit more to the PHEV, definitely. And they also expect a lot of California customers, especially, who are already a little bit further as for the Eco7s. So let's get inside right here. And 1.86 or 6'1" leaves a lot of headroom still. There's also a panoramic roof available if you like one. Steering wheel, in this case here with the electric control. Right there you can get a good driving position, and You know, if I compare it to the X6, for example, I always feel a little bit more spacious and open here in the X5, more comfortable seating position. And, you know, from those SUVs, the X5, I think, is one of my favorites, definitely, if you compare it to competitors. And also X6 or the X7 even. This one here has, you know, it's not that long as the X7, is a little bit more comfortable than the X6. So this would be rather my type from those big BMW SUVs, definitely. And PHEV, really looking forward to drive that one. Seats also with controls, for example, for the front part here. You can move that out electrically. Lumbar support, if you like one, that's also possible. And even the side bolsters can be made a little bit tighter or more open again. So, command, driving position, soft materials on the top dashboard, everything very solid. And those shifting pedals, by the way, they will be used still for the combustion engine and not to control the recuperation and so on. More details to that when we drive the car very soon. And for example, also with the adaptive cruise control, where you can also set this highway drive mode that the car almost drives autonomously, but you have to keep your hands on the steering wheel all the time. Interior overview. You can see here there's a separate climate unit. You can still control it while driving. Like to do that. Then with the screen right there. Then you have the steering wheel, which is in the M style. You can also get a different one. Right side for the voice control, for example. You can say hello BMW, or then use this button. That would also be possible to trigger it. Drive me to Audi Ingolstadt. Let's see what it does. Maybe it says, no, they suck, I don't go there. Oh, there it is, Audi AG. Yeah, shall we go there and mix them up a little bit? So, but you see that works very well for the GPS input. You can also change temperature, or maybe have some, you know, creative tasks for this vehicle. And as we are here right now at the GPS, there again we're at the BMW Welt here today. So this famous tourist attraction, one of the most famous tourist attractions in Germany, actually. And that's the cylinder building from BMW, the headquarters, and this is all, you know, the plant. Of course, the new 3 Series is also majorly built right here. So very satisfied with the GPS, how it leads us, etc. Then there's the car menu where I can, for example, here plan the charging, if that's relevant for you. Preconditioning on departure is possible, for example. So a little bit more electric stuff you can do here. Vehicle status, tire pressure monitor, but even more important is how the Apple CarPlay looks like with the wireless connection. Integrated very well in this 12.3-inch screen on the left side. And, well, music system, we have the optional Harman Kardon system here, and this sounds really, really very well. I like it. Special surround sound and crystal clear. Yeah, really amazing. Oh, and I can also recommend this song here by Garrett Aramey, of course. So then go back here to the BMW menu right there. And that's it as for the right side of the infotainment. Then again, this structure here, it feels very nice. There you hear actually what structure it is. Then you slide this one open. There's the inductive charging pad for your phone, which makes sense with the wireless Apple CarPlay. Android Auto still not available. BMW and Porsche, they both say, yeah, you know, our customers use mainly Apple. Probably don't want to pay some license fees. Then USB-A charger, and then we have heated or cooled cup holders. They're also adaptive, but that's again, of course, an option. Like many things, like also this crystal shifting lever. It looks fancy. It can have some glares when there's direct sunlight. Probably I would just take it with the normal black one. Then there's also this camera button here, for example, for the special camera. Soon more to that. Then the driving modes. Hybrid will combine everything and just decide on its own. And then there's also the Eco Pro hybrid mode, which then takes into account if your car is driving in front of you, more recuperation and so on. And then electric mode will use the electric drive predominantly, only combustion engine on kick down. Then there's also the air suspension, which is standard here. You can also lower the car by 4 centimeters or raise the car by 4 centimeters. And you also don't have to do everything via touch. You can also write letters for an address input, or you can just turn and press and also use the hotkeys right there. That actually comes quite handy. And then this middle armrest here with nice SensorTech cover splits open like this. And then there's USB-C charger with really reasonable space underneath. Camera image is really very cool, good resolution. This is the rear view camera. This is the fake drone view from above. They can also see the sides. If you put geared to the front with this most sophisticated system. Here you can also see the front camera. Reversing assistant is very interesting because the car goes back the way you came. That might be interesting if you went down the way. It's like, oh, I won't continue that way further in that basement garage. It's just too narrow. Let me drive back again. Then the car does take over that for you. And you can also change brightness and contrast from the camera picture and so on. Or if you hit the camera button, you can also have the front view camera or the rear view camera over the whole screen. Like this. And here we go. So the digital instruments right here in the blue scheme for this PHEV version. And then you can see left side speed, right side RPMs. But in this case, the special one, that we have this charging meter when we see the recuperation, for example. And in the middle, when you have the GPS route set, you can see the map. That's quite practical. And on the left side, you can see the fuel status. And on the right side, the electric range. Here at the moment, about 30 kilometers, but it's already below 50% of charging state. So then it would be 100 up to that, and then about 80 kilometers or 50 miles. So overall, quite cleverly used, definitely. And you can also see the driving modes. And when you are in a sport mode, then you get the maximum boost altogether, about 5.5 seconds acceleration to 1 kilometer or 62 miles an hour. Then you have the real RPMs from the combustion engine, because in the acceleration figure, yeah, Jonas likes to rev it up here for the combustion engine as well. And the thing is, you get almost the same acceleration as for the normal 40i 3-liter 6-cylinder. And one of the useful options is the head-up display for your current speed, but you will also have, for example, assistance systems information in there when you set those, and of course check your speed and also some GPS routes, so really helpful to keep your line of sight on the road. Getting in the rear of the car is very interesting. Well, it looks like any normal X5, and again soft touch materials here at the inside of the doors. Here a rather subtle design. I also like bright interiors, definitely, and the sensor tag is also available in beige, so that would be a great choice. USB-C chargers here at the backside of the seats if you like those. And there's also an additional AC unit if you like that. But still a lot of options to tick even here with the PHEV. And the most interesting thing is there any compromise with the rear bench? And I can tell you, no, there's not. It's the very same rear bench as any normal X5. Yeah, the rear legroom is not, it's not really that much. It's okay. I mean, for 4 tall adults, even 5 in the middle part, it's no problem. But considering, again, the exterior length to the interior length, the package, the relation is not that good. Headroom, this is no problem, also for taller people, so leaves a lot of headroom still here. And in the X6, by the way, you fall a little bit more backwards, so the X5 definitely is more comfortable. Isofix at the outside of the seats for installing child seats. You can put those covers off right there. They flip open. And then you can fold the seats right here already. That's possible. Also with the ski hatch, that would be another alternative, especially for all the guys here in Bavaria. So, cubby hole, cup holders. And can you actually also sit in the middle part? The middle tunnel is not that high. And, well, it's a little bit stiffer in the middle part, but that's actually quite okay for shorter terms. So you can also drive it with 5 adults. The 7-seater option, which is also now offered for the X5 in this generation, is not available for the plug-in hybrid. The reason for that is they are storing the battery basically underneath this bench, but then had to move the fuel tank a little bit further back there in the trunk. We'll soon discover that. But then no 7-seater available. But I mean, seriously, even in the X7, the 6 and the 7 seat is not really that suitable for tall people. For smaller ones, it's okay, or for kids, yeah, that works. But here in the X5, I'm not sure if it really makes so much sense. So, I mean, I would go for this basic setup also in normal X5 anyway. So, 500 liters up to 1,720 liters means you lose 80 to 140 liters in comparison to the normal X5 here with the PHEV, which still has the split opening. That's pretty cool. You can sit on it also with 2 people. That's no problem. And can have a picnic or something. The only thing you have to always remember here, those buttons, don't touch them, because let's say, maybe you have a blanket above that or something, and then someone stands up and hits it with a leg or something. It is possible, depending on, Here in this case, it doesn't stand out too much, but you can actually hit it with your leg like this, unintentionally, and then everything might close and Just think about, you have some picnic stuff on there and oh my God! Not that this would have happened to me. Just very theoretically speaking. Yeah. But still, this split hatch is really cool. Still. But maybe next time BMW engineers, or think about a lock function, you know, like a picnic lock function where you can say like, button is now without function or whatever. You know, there might be something. Also, child safety test here. That works pretty well. And the lower part would also close. So, and now this cover here. Why do they have this cover? Yeah, because of the background of the possible 7-seater. That's of course a little bit wobbly, no fixed rail at the side. Then, this is one short compromise. It's not that low, but that's actually no problem. You can store a little charging cable right here. And this would be the fuel tank now, not the battery. The battery even placed further back. So they have to move the fuel tank to here. And otherwise you could put this whole cover up and have a little bit more space. But that's a compromise we can really live with. The normal length is then also the very same as in the normal X5. And here we go. That's then about 1 meter in length. And we have even a little bit more than 1 meter, almost 1.10 meters in width. And the height here to the cover is about 45 centimeters. And the absolute height is almost 80 centimeters. And then we can also flip the seats from here. And they indeed go folding flat. That's always a very cozy function I like when that is possible. And that is then almost 1.80 meters to my driving position. So overall, a very well usable car. I like that. And yeah, I always like to have those cars for holiday trips and stuff, like at the weekend or something. And you can do really a lot with, and then especially with this picnic bench. Even if it's just now a short stop, like at a, you know, motorway parking lot or something. Welcome to Thomas's Driving Lounge with the BMW X5 in this new generation as the new PHEV 45e. And of course, the best thing, as always with PHEVs or electric vehicles, you start silently. And that's just really cool, especially in the city. No local emissions. Also talked to BMW about the overall emissions. If you think about, you know, for the battery and so on, you have a little bit more effort for production, of course. But they made calculations for about 200,000 kilometers, assuming that would be like a normal life cycle of a car. Of course, it can also run longer. Then they said that even the overall emissions, you know, and resource and so on, because you have some fuel savings if you, of course, recharge frequently, would be like down to 30%, sometimes even 40%, even more when you recharge with renewable energies. So their calculations at least say that it does also make sense overall. I can just stress it's about the charging infrastructure if you can recharge frequently, and of course best then if you have some renewable energy sources, then it really makes sense also for that one. And the new X5 is really cool as for the calmness in the interior. It's really silent also at higher speeds. And we just let the bus drive by. I mean, it's hard to handle the big cars, so always think about the big guys, the buses and the trucks. Definitely harder to handle than with the passenger cars here. So I think it really fits to this vehicle. That's also the same I already said with the GLE, because those vehicles are really sophisticated. They have, you know, this tranquility in the ride. Here with the air suspension, especially a soft ride. A lot of comfort with those upright seating position, and then it always makes you calm down. Here, especially in the city, you know, there's a lot of traffic now and so on, and then when it's just silent, that's of course the same for all electric vehicles, but especially for those that are very well insulated, it just makes you calm down. And when you have a city commuting or something, but I mean, when you recharge fully to 80 kilometers, 50 miles, you can do a lot with that already, you know. So and on the weekend you can still go on a longer trip and use this very nice 3-liter inline 6-cylinder. So
there's always this discussion, is a PHEV combining the best of both worlds, or is it combining the worst of both worlds? You can argue for both, and both opinions are right. The question is just, what's your personal use case for this vehicle? And then the answer, is really given if it makes sense or not. Here again, easing around in traffic, again, all silent. That's pretty cool, and that's really what I love. With the hybrid mode, I can use it in the standard mode, or I can go to the Eco Pro mode, and then the recuperation, which is not just rolling, but it's not a harsh recuperation. But if you have the Eco Pro mode set, then the car checks, is there like a car in front of me? Does it make sense to roll further now? Or does it rather make sense to use the regenerative braking a little bit more? And then I also feel, without using the brakes myself, how the car is adapting to that. So that makes sense. Also, I have a route set at the moment in the GPS. That also helps with the regenerative braking, because then map data is being transported into this whole process. And then, for example, in front of a roundabout, when the car says, there's like a different speed limit, which the map data tells me, then the car is also adapting the recuperative braking to that, or regenerative braking. So that makes sense. So especially Eco Pro mode and setting, the gesture control is sometimes reacting when I'm doing some gestures here to the camera. So this, two different, important things to know about how this regenerative braking is working. Here, the shifting pedals, they are indeed for the combustion engine, and as soon as I use them, also the combustion engine gets active. So they are not for recuperation purposes. And I can always go to the electric mode to really stress that I want to drive all electric. For example, in this tunnel, makes sense. I want to drive all electric at the moment predominantly, and it would just jump to the combustion engine if I really pin down the throttle. And we can also do that when we drive a little bit. Also, we will also soon go to the motorway. I want to present to you a very realistic driving scenario with some city traffic, and even like this. I can also set the cruise control in here with the assisted driving. So theoretically, I could take my hands off the steering wheel. It's not meant to do that, but system-wise, it would already work like that. Especially in traffic situations, it can relieve a lot of stress. Electric mode not possible for system reasons. Whatever system reasons are, that can always happen. But even if the combustion engine jumps on, you hardly hear it when it's at low rev. So it's a very refined engine also. Just combustion engine consumption here is about 9 liters on 100 kilometers. So that's also quite good for a car of that size. So by 23, 28 mpg, that's you can live with that definitely. And it will not change. This car is a little bit heavier due to the battery, but the base fuel consumption from just the combustion engine won't change that much then, just because you have a little bit more weight on board. So let's see. We'll get out of the tunnel here very soon, and then we have some more different driving situations here for you. You can also see how it looks at night here, also with some ambient light. That's also pretty cool, and again, so relaxing to drive this car. That's probably one of the coolest things. The air suspension in the X5 in general is a little bit stiffer than with other SUVs with air suspension. However, it's still very comfortable. The adaptive suspension would also do just fine. However, this one here, as I told you earlier, the PHEV is already coming as standard with the air suspension. So they just want to combine this package. And I do also have that in this vehicle. The rear axle steering is also possible to fit with this car. It's also fitted with this very test vehicle, and it reduces the turning circle by 1 meter. So that's pretty good. Oh, there's a BMW vintage car coming up. The very old. I think they're even like from the 50s. Wow. Interesting. Really looks nice with those very vertical old BMW kidneys they had there in the front. So now we're getting to a little bit more speed, and the all-electric threshold is 135 kilometers or 80 miles an hour, then it always goes to the combustion engine. Up to that speed, you can still drive all-electric. And if you hit all-electric again, you can also, just stress that, but it depends. I don't have the AC on at the moment. For some reasons, they maybe need the combustion engine at some point. But then again, if you run it steady, it's also no problem. So you can play around a little bit with the driving mode and see what fits best to you. Definitely. Maybe at some point also when you have a route plan, the car says maybe the electric mode is not the most efficient here, and then it goes rather on the combustion engine mode, because when you're going like this here, 80 or 90 kilometers an hour, that is actually then on steady speed quite efficient with the combustion engine. So you always have to take that one into account as well. Some things vary from PHEV to PHEV. For example, how much power do you have with the all-electric drive? Is it just a helper, or is it also able to drive all-electric even with some, let's say, reasonable acceleration? And the thing here with this car is, it's rather like the GLE. You can also have an acceleration, and I just want to try out now when I go to the all-electric mode. Yeah, now it's possible again, and now it's also charging when I'm reducing the speed, and I can still have some electric acceleration, and yeah, I feel a resistance in the pedal, and then not much is coming then, and I would need to press it through, and then the combustion engine is getting active. But you can also have an electric acceleration with this one, can drive it all electric, no problem. With the Audi PHEVs recently, that was rather like planned that the electric drive is like more a helper and the combustion engine gets activated very soon. So BMW and Mercedes, obviously because they use bigger batteries, concentrate a little bit more on the all-electric driving as for that. And still here, even at 80 kilometers an hour, you could still have a, advantage of that from being more silent, but also the combustion engine is that well insulated that you don't hear of that, don't hear much of that. Just when you go into sports mode, the RPMs are also turned up a little bit higher, and you hear and get more from this combustion engine, and you have the combined power output, which is somewhat, about this 5.5 second, which you also get with the 40i pure petrol engine, and that is actually quite decent. And the power delivery is a little bit different than with this one, because you have also this electric boost. Let's see, like this 70 kilometers to 100. Let's do that. That's it. So that goes quite quickly. And just the very first moment, you feel something of the e-power, but just a little bit, not too much. In the GLE, for example, I felt it a little bit more. So when you accelerate it out hard, it rather feels the same as the 40i, so not too much of a difference as for this respect. Also, all those highway driving situations and assistance systems are possible. So you have a blind spot monitor, so when this car is approaching us here, the yellow triangle is flashing. The car is also accelerating on its own now, because it realized there's now 120, a new speed limit. Then what's also possible is an automatic lane change, like this. Just hold down the turning indicator, and here this was not done by me, it was just the car. So this one is also now allowed again in Germany. It was forbidden for a couple of months due to regulation issues or something. Now they achieved it back again if you have this highest spec of the highway pilot. So that's also cozy function. It doesn't have to be that way, but you see that this car is steadily almost driving on its own. But definitely a very cool experience. And again, how silent is it here at 120 kilometers an hour? That's pretty cool. And let's see if we go back to the hybrid mode, what the car does. Yeah, it's leaving the combustion engine on, and if I go to the electric, yeah, in this case decides that it's better obviously with the combustion engine. I just want to try out now when we stop the route guidance, if that changes anything. So electric mode. So did that change anything now? So that's then the e-drive, the charge. Everything is so silent, even the combustion, it's really hard to tell then what is active and what not. Yeah, it's really hard to tell. I mean, you have this e-boost function in here. When you go to sport mode, there are the RPMs. I mean, you hardly hear any difference. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to tell, but that's also what they wanted to achieve, that you have those very smooth transitions between everything. And why not, So maybe just leave that up to the car. The car should know what it's doing best. The engineers have, worked on that quite a lot. So it's obviously the route isn't changing that much to that. It's more about the recuperation. We can accelerate it out here in the sports mode to a higher speed if you like. So we have the possibility for that here now. The traffic would also allow that. So let's go into the middle lane. 130 kilometers or 125 kilometers an hour at the moment. So now, we need some space on the left lane, definitely. So let's accelerate 120. That's 160 kilometers an hour already, and that goes quite quickly. And I mean, as it is like this, it really feels like the normal 40i, and normal 40i is a very good engine and feels very well. And at this point, I also exceeded the threshold for the all-electric driving. So let's see if I go to the all-electric mode back here. Those situations when you go off the throttle, then you always can use some recuperation. That's also another advantage, of course. Or here the speed limit is lowered again, and then the energy is not lost. That's of course the advantage of a PHEV. And this can also be something where you say, even if I don't recharge it all the time, like every day, or I have some situations where there's no charging station nearby, a PHEV can still be somewhat, better in the fuel economy, because you have this constant recuperation when you leave off the throttle, go on the brakes and so on. And first the recuperation is being used, and then the real brakes. And it is predicted that for most of the situations, then just the recuperative braking is actually enough, and you don't need the actual brakes for that. And that's of course good. Now we can accelerate out again. What happens when we're in electric drive mode? Then the combustion engine gets also active. It was from 120 kilometers an hour, and now we are at and that's already 200 or 125 miles. But here again, some more traffic, so we have to go on the brakes again. But you see, even in electric mode, this acceleration was possible. Just the combustion engine was activated once again. And let's see this threshold induction. Here about. It's really funny to play around with the system. And the e-drive power hops up and down and so on. So when here over 140, I mean, it's really hard to tell what exactly happens with the drivetrain, because everything is rather hidden what is being done or not. So, but definitely a very interesting experience here with this vehicle, both inside the city and also on the motorway. And it doesn't feel too different actually from the 40i. So they made an effort that the electric version doesn't feel too much like, say, single electric. Why not? I think the GLE felt more different from the normal GLE, for example. Oh, now it's interesting. There's like a second threshold in the throttle, so experience more and more what happens. One more last thing, by the way, if you are, let's say, concerned, what about the long-term durability of this engine when suddenly it's first cold and it sets in and so on? So talk to the engineer about that, and they actually said that first of all, the engines themselves got better and better. So in the past, like years ago, like first the hybrid models, there were some problems with that, but now not anymore. And also for the PHEV models, some parts of the engines are built a little bit stronger even, so they can sustain being approached when they are still cold. And also the electric drive takes some of the pressure out of this first acceleration. So the engineer said then in their figures and statistics and so on, and now we're already driving 160 kilometers again, and it's really very silent here, just to stress it again. So they actually said that in their long-term statistics, those PHEV models do not have any significantly more engine failures as other cars. So that seems to be, at least as they say, not to be an issue, at least not anymore. So it's also, one of the very interesting things to cover. Here again, for example, the ACC reducing the speed, distance to the car in front of me being kept, regenerative braking is being used, and so on. And yeah, I mean, the final mixed fuel economy, that's always so hard to tell. For example, here it says now the mixed fuel economy is 6 liters on 100 kilometers. So, that's rather towards the 40 mpg region. So that's pretty cool. It always depends on, so how much you recharge or not, how much you drive this car electrically, and then really realistic mixed fuel economy is then, can you even say that for a plug-in hybrid? So, because it really depends on, when and how much you recharge or not. And that was already 110.
Please subscribe if you haven't done so far. And here, the all-new BMW X6, it has a different double kidney than the X5 actually, so a little bit different from the form. And if you compare it to the predecessor X6, this one here even stronger in the front. And of course, this new three-dimensional look of the double kidney. Closed fins here at the moment on the inside, they open on demand, so this is more efficient than that they just open when the additional airflow is needed. As the M50i, it has also a stronger lower bumper and those air intake style here in the lower parts, so really aggressive. Riverside blue is the color for today. Yeah, a nice Thomas blue, as we call strong blue tones here on Autogefühl. Then those headlamps are now more horizontally oriented, LED as a standard, optional adaptive LED, and those ones are the optional laser lights. 500 meters of high beam range, at least in Europe. In US, it's a little bit restricted for half of the high beam range due to regulations, but you still get those blue accentuations. That's some guys all just go for those because it looks quite cool. But it's also extra in price, of course. Yeah, and then about this very special feature at the moment, because in the front side, it's nice to see the daytime running lights right here like they are, but there's also this illuminated front double kidney. And why is it shut off at the moment? Well, when the daytime running light is on, that doesn't work, sadly. But it's also a reason, or that's the explanation, how they could make this legal. The first point is, when you have a direct light source, like an illuminated Mercedes star, it's allowed in some US states, in others not. That is not allowed in Europe, for example. So they had to, A, put an indirect lighting, so the light is on the inside and doesn't shine to the outside, but to the inside of the grille. And the second reason is, they could actually allow it or use this so-called homologation because they said it belongs to one of the headlight units. And then, the different countries say, yeah, okay, then we allow that. And so that means that the illuminated front double kidney only works when the real light is on. Not only the daytime running light, but the real main headlamp unit is on. Then also the middle part is on and also allowed while driving. 4 meters 93, 16 foot 2 or 195 inches is the length of the X6. It's the same as for the X5, so also the same wheelbase. Whereas Mercedes differentiates the wheelbase between GLE and GLE Coupe, they go for the same wheelbase right there. And that means also they have the same features and somewhat the same driving dynamics. However, the X6 is set up a little bit sportier as for the suspension. Suspension starts with an adaptive suspension directly, then there's an adaptive M suspension with a little bit stiffer setup, and then optionally you can also go for the air suspension. And also this one here directly gets the rear differential lock, the M50i. And what you can also get is the rear axle steering. They call it integral active steering here now with BMW, that it also includes this rear axle steering feature to reduce the turning circle and to make it a little bit more agile at slower speeds. and give more stability than at higher speeds. So it goes at lower speeds in the opposite direction than the front wheels and at higher speeds in the same direction as the front wheels. Very interesting. And also the anti-tilt control, the anti-roll control that works a little bit against it in the corners. Also a very interesting feature. But what about the design? This is the main thing about the X6. First of all, again, the Riverside blue color, then the M50i gets those cerium gray contrasts here at the side mirrors, for example, the M badge for the M performance models. Those ones here are 21-inch wheels, not the biggest. There's also 22-inch wheels available. We soon show you an M performance parts car, and that one also solves a big problem because here the logo at the BMW wheels is not upright at the moment. With the 22-inch wheels, you see there's this special wheel where the logo always stays upright up to a speed of 80 kilometers an hour. We'll soon reveal that secret to you. Then the rest of the design here with the glossy black and the M50i. And then, of course, the difference to the X5, we have this falling roofline. It looks a little bit more elegant than before if you compare to the predecessor. Again, comparison predecessor X6, a little bit longer, a little bit wider, but not too much dimension change. And very interesting also this black accentuation right here again and the very strong shoulders. And in this case also the wheel arches are painted in the vehicle color. What do you think? The rear is where the biggest design change happens here if you compare it to the outgoing model. Here, more horizontally drawn tail lamps, and that makes the rear on the one hand more elegant, on the other hand it stresses the width also. Then this additional spoiler lip here in the vehicle color. M50i badge right there, and also this M performance model gets the gray contrast in the lower part together with the vehicle color diffuser style, and those are beauty exhaust tips on the outside, the rear ones on the inside, and 4 exhaust pipes actually here for this V8 model. And what's also interesting, talked about the air suspension earlier, you can either go 4 centimeters up or 4 centimeters down, depending on the driving situation. 4 centimeters up, of course, off-road, and indeed also for the X6, they offer this off-road package. They also offer for the X5 because they said customers demanded it. If you want to take your X6 off-road, well, maybe not the hardest off-road situations, but some B roads or whatever. So apart from a small engine for the Chinese market, the X6 worldwide is all about those 3-liter 6-cylinder engines, and in this case also the 4.4-liter V8. So the M50i here, 4.4-liter V8, 530 horsepower, and just over 4 seconds the acceleration figure to 1 kilometers or 62 miles an hour. All-wheel drive, of course, with the rear wheel biased is standard. As an alternative, there would also be the 40i, which is a 3-liter 6-cylinder petrol engine, 340 horsepower. The consumption difference will be about 3 liters on 100 kilometers or 10 mpg, so the 6-cylinder definitely more fuel saving. And then there's also a diesel side, especially for the European markets, either a 30D, that's in a 3-liter 6-cylinder, in this case then with 265 horsepower, and also the M50D, the strong diesel, same base engine so to say, but a higher horsepower tune than with 400 horsepower. This is the car key. You can also get the normal slim one. This one here, the computer key, I call it, is also light, so it's not heavy, but of course a little bit thicker in your pocket then. But there's one good advantage, and for people like me, sometimes I leave the car and say, did I really close it? I don't know, I can't remember. And here I can actually see it, if it's closed or not. And then you can also, for example, use the preconditioning if you have an independent heating in the car and so on. So yeah, also has a advantage. But there's also keyless entry. First of all, to close the car, you put your finger on here, then it closes, or the hand on the inside, then it opens again. Door closing sound. Yeah, quite solid. I've heard better ones, but I've also heard worse ones. Then higher interior build quality if you compare it to the predecessor. Hofmeister King design element here for the Door handles on the inside, everything galvanized as for this part. Really cool. Then carbon fiber inlets here for the M50i. You can also get different decor elements, of course, for the X6 in general. Reasonable door pockets also for bigger bottles. Then the M50i also gets those entry badges and also aluminum pedals. Next to a sportier M steering wheel, which can also be heated with a separate button on the steering wheel. And those seats here are also a sportier version. So for the X5, for example, you can also get other base seats. The X6 is already a little bit sporty in some elements. And sadly for the X6, only animal skin seats available so far. In the X5, you can also get the more sustainable and animal-friendly Sensatec material. I really love the combination as for the color. Just wish this one was also available in Sensatec, but I would probably go for the BMW individual program and then order a Sensatec for me, because obviously it's possible. But I mean, this combination from the blue to the beige is just beautiful. You know, the color combination, that's really cool. Seats from the form is really comfortable. You have the upright seating position. It's not too different from the X5. Of course, the A-pillar here is a little bit flatter, so in the X5 you have a little bit more open feeling. Here, sportier, somewhat more caged-in feeling, but still you get this elaborate, high, big SUV driving feeling, which is pretty cozy and pretty comfy. Then the steering wheel can be adjusted here with the electric support, and you can find a good driving position. And even if you're 1.86 or 6'1", as I am, still some headroom left, so for tall people, no problem. But again, the X5 will be a little bit better as for this case. But you go for the X5 because you want to have that sportier styling, of course. Interior overview, everything is very well organized, but also digitalized. Here we got the carbon fiber inlets, and this digital cockpit is also standard 12.3-inch screens on both sides, actually. Soon leads to those screens and also the other ones right there. First of all, the steering wheel, again with a compact size, M form. Then on the right side, you can activate the voice activation with a button, or also say, "Hello BMW, drive me to Berlin." That would be one example.
Okay.
So for the GPS input, for example, that works very well. Some takes a while, if you know, depending on the web connection. But here you can see, works pretty well. You can also change the temperature for that and also ask the car some things, and you can just try it around. And it's a good system, the best one at the moment, together with the MBUX of Mercedes. Then the rest of the steering wheel. On the left side, you have the adaptive cruise control, also with the highway mode. It can also change lanes, by the way, if it's allowed in your country to do that. The shifting pedals here also, plus and minus, or with the 8-speed automatic converter gearbox. Then, if we go back to the middle part right here again, zoom or deals to that screen. First of all, the climate unit is still separate here. You can control it while driving, like this. And also with AC on and off, that's cool. I like to be able to do that, to shut off the AC sometimes if I like to. Not possible in the 3 Series, by the way, but here it is. Then the lower part with the metal knurled knob for the volume. And some hotkeys you can set individually. Then this carbon fiber middle part. I'm not sure about this folding process, not too happy about that all the time. But that looks cool when it's closed. When it's open, we have the inductive charging pad for your smartphone. It makes sense because you have the wireless Apple CarPlay, no Android Auto yet. And there's a USB-A charger, 12-volt power supply, adaptive cup holders, and they can be, if you have that option, heated or cooled. You can also see it then with the color what's happening at the moment. So that's definitely pretty fancy. We also have this crystal gear shifting lever for this very vehicle here, together with the knob, turning and pressing. And you can also write letters of an address if you like so. Driving modes, we'll talk about that when we drive the car. Here you can also see that we do not have the air suspension in this very vehicle today, but the adaptive suspension. Otherwise, we could also adjust the air suspension right here if you have an X6 with an air suspension. And then the middle armrest right there. It's open like this. And then there's a USB-C charger and with some reasonable space. Yeah, here we go. The BMW wings as a top light. I still love that feature. And also cool, a frameless back mirror. Elegant, but also gives you a good view. Of course, in the X6, the view to the rear is somewhat limited. Infotainment system detail right there. So, whoa, yeah, that takes some processing power, but if you're closer up, then also it's more responsive. Good GPS direction, routing here as well. You always have the hotkeys to be able to go back to the main menu. Phone connection, either Bluetooth or then with the Apple CarPlay wireless. That time it also connected quite fastly, and the sound system built in here is also quite cool. So we have the nice surround sound. I like that. This one here, the top sound system that's available, the Harman Kardon sound system, you can see it here at the inside top speaker. Delivers you a very nice sound, and you can always play around with the sound settings as well. Where would that be? Here at car settings, general settings, sound. Here Logic 7 sound, and you can, for example, I always boost the surround sound. That, you know, just is a little bit cooler then. So, and the Apple CarPlay integration, by the way, if we go to the main menu, see here, it goes all over the screen. That's also well done. Like that, very crystal clear. You can see everything very well and always can go back to the BMW menu. And what's also cool with the car settings right there, if you go to driving information, you have the sport settings, you have the G-forces and so on. That's possible. Or the X view, where you can see, you know, how the car leans, and also have the compass in the middle. Those digital instruments give you a good overview of what's happening, and also the M50i gets a special badge in there. And yeah, we also have a blue car as a visualization, so that is very fitting. And if we turn on the car, you can see everything. Yeah, the steering wheel also moves down. That's also a comfort feature and comes towards you a little bit. Left side speed, right side RPMs. And if you have a route set, you can also see there's a map on the inside. That's again also the reason why they made the RPMs counterclockwise, so they have more spacing on the inside for the, yeah, Jonas likes to rev it up, man. So overall, I think a very cool instrument right there. Not as flexible as the ones that Audi is offering. You have more, you know, situations where you can flip it around or change the view, but actually this is all you need. So I can also understand the decision just to leave it like this, because you don't have the urge to change anything there. Head-up display is a good option always, with the speed, allowed speed, and also some GPS directions. At the moment we only see an arrow, but when you approach the next intersection you will also see a more sophisticated visualization of the next intersection. Now to the rear compartment, which is very interesting. First of all, also soft materials at the inside of the doors right here. Nice design, same as in the front. And you can already see, yeah, there's not abundance of space. I mean, there's a little bit more room than in the previous generation, yes. However, if you consider the length of the vehicle on the outside, then the space you have on the inside, it's of course somewhat limited. And the big question is also, what about the roofline? What does it do? And I mean, the bench here is falling backwards a little bit. That ensures you to have some more headroom left. I always say that falling backwards benches are not that comfortable. That's what I experienced. So you can also see that, you know, here the space then under my legs. So I don't like it that much. I found it more comfortable in the X5. Legroom wise, it still works somewhat, yes. But again, the package is bad. So we have cars that are way shorter and have more interior space, but it still works for 4 tall adults. Even headroom is no problem, because they adjusted, you know, somewhat of the rear bench. But again, if you want most comfort, go for the X5. But at least they did some measures to ensure a head and legroom still also in the X6. So you can drive it here. You know, it feels a little bit weird sitting that low in the rear bench, definitely. But you can also use it for child seats with the Isofix on the outsides each. Then you have this middle armrest right there with a cubby hole and some cup holders to flip out, and they are also, you know, a little bit adaptive. You can also use this ski hatch just if you want to, yeah, like this. If you just want to use the middle part here for your skiers, but you can also flip the seats directly from here in a 2/3, 1/3 split. That's possible. And of course, a middle tunnel, but since this car is an SUV and sits high, the step here is somewhat limited. So you have an additional AC unit if you like. So of course, again, an option also with seat heating, but that's again also an option. Some cubby hole right there, 12-volt power supply in the lower part. Oh, cool. Both heated seats at the moment. Yeah, it's quite cold still outside this morning. Then In the middle part you can also sit. It's a little bit, stiff in the middle part, but it still works also for, shorter waist and also with a third adult in the rear. To open the rear hatch, you can either use the button in the lower part, you can click on the key, you can click on the inside of the door in the driver's part, but you can also use the foot kick opening mechanism like this with a short kick. Here we go. And then it opens, and yeah, you're of course a little bit limited if you compare it to the normal SUV form. You have this little bit weird folding mechanism here for the top cover. In width, it's all the same, in length as well. It's just the height right here, but the boot volume is also measured below the cover, and that means they don't differ that much. Here in the X6, 580 to 1,525 liters, whereas the X5 has 645 to 1,860 liters. So that's in the first liter figure only a difference of 140 liters. And again, the reason is that it's measured below here, and then the difference is not too big. So right here with hydraulic struts here, this additional cubby hole, you can also have a replacement tire if you want one, but this one also quite handy for some, whatever you want to store right there. Pretty interesting. And if we take some measurements now for you, the normal length here is more than a meter, 1 meter and 5, as well as the width is, well, here in the very front, more than 1 meter 20. And if we go into the inside right there, it's even here, more than a meter, so even almost 1 meter and 10. That's really pretty decent. And the height right here, again, this one is not the biggest difference. Below the cover, this is 44 or 43 centimeters. Just the very top part is limited then if you compare it to the X5. You can actually also flip the seats from here, and they directly fold flat. You can see it also at the other side, and this is a very handy function, definitely. And this looks actually quite decent, so for most things you can use also the X6 very well. I would think about when I put my mountain bike with demounted front tire and then the handlebars are standing upright or something, then the X5 would be, better. But other than that, for most other cases, there won't be too much difference. And this one is almost 1 meter 90 in length then to the seat as I would be driving. What about the child safety test when I use this one here? That's pretty sensitive, so very well done. Up and down again.
Welcome to Thomas's Driving Lounge with the M50i here of the all-new X6, and we can put it to sport mode, and yeah, don't have to care about that or have to worry about that. The engine is already warm. We've driven like a lot of kilometers already, so it's no problem to also put the shifting stick to the manual shifting box and then also go to the track or sport traction mode, dynamic traction control activated, and then we can really also floor this engine out. This will be pretty amazing, and you can also listen to the V8 sound. So let's go. Plop, and that was already 110. Whoa. And I was not even starting in a straight line. I had to steer a little bit. You maybe have seen that. And this all-wheel drive brought all the traction to the ground, and yeah, great sound from the V8 engine. Wow. So very impressive acceleration, and yeah, that must have been somewhat 4 seconds. So wow. So the X6, a little bit sportier in the orientation as the X5. Also, we do not have the air suspension in here. There's the adaptive M suspension. This car standardly comes with the adaptive suspension and makes the car a little bit sportier, and the air suspension more like a carpet ride. But the air suspension, both for X5 and the X6, is laid out in a quite sporty way, definitely. In any case, if you are in a sport mode, you have more feedback from the road, so this feels really stiff now. Together with the anti-roll control or anti-tilt control, this really keeps the car upright. So although we're in a big, high-seating SUV, I mean, if I do induce some slalom here, you surely see that already on camera, the car just keeps straight. It does not lean anywhere. So that's really amazing and astonishing for a car of that size, of that segment. So yeah, that really feels sporty, and the car feels smaller and sportier than it actually is segment or vehicle type wise. So yeah, wow, that's really amazing. Steering wise, also a good feeling. Again, I would need some, a little bit more feedback from the low degree angle input. So, but it's actually quite okay. And then you get nice feedback when you go a little bit further. So that's actually cool. And in any case, very sporty. Wow. And this V8 growling, this is of course a difference than to a 6-cylinder. So definitely better sound, but fuel consumption will be higher. Well, I mean, the other engines that are available are also quite powerful, so you don't need to go for the V8. Of course, also really high in the entry price. That's another thing. Then, if you go to the comfort mode again, sound gets a little bit more silent, suspension gets a little bit more comfortable, and you can also cruise through the city. Put back the shifting lever, that we also don't turn up the RPMs that high. So the shifting characteristics are also changed. In this manual mode, you rather want to use the shifting pedals, of course. You've seen with the launch control that the car also does shift itself. It just keeps it, longer in the individual gears. But here, then a little bit more silent. Right there, you also don't want to wake up all the neighbors here when we're in the village. When we're outside, we can tune it up more, just a little bit then. And so this car can actually still do both. That's what I like with the M Performance models, that you still have sportiness and comfort at the very same time. In here now, even if you're on the comfort mode, just maybe shift back 2 gears here with the shifting pedals. Or maybe the car shifts back another gear itself once more. Very interesting light and surrounding here now also with this morning fog we have, pretty spectacular. So yeah, definitely something to enjoy here for you. We're just outside of Munich, near the BMW headquarters as well, and I'm really enjoying this countryside drive here with the BMW X6. It is definitely more agile than the previous generation. Maybe even like an M Performance model of this generation can keep up with the true M model of the X6 of the previous generation. So more agility, more stiffness in the chassis, at the same time better noise insulation, and of course more power here also for the M Performance model. And the true M model will get the same engine, just with a different horsepower tune, and will of course be more aggressive. But here we already feel the rear wheel bias from this permanent all-wheel drive, which is doing a great job. And again, the difference between X6 and the X5. This one does feel somewhat sportier, especially in the M50i trim, but it's not that you would feel, oh, those are two so incredibly different cars. You do feel the resemblance, but then the question is, what you want design focus-wise on the exterior. And so if you want a little bit more, spice in the driving, yeah, it's just definitely a matter of preference. What I really like is with the X5 that you more have an open travel feeling when you're driving. Definitely this one here a little bit more sportier, caged in, but that's also, some prefer that, others prefer the other thing. So definitely great what they did here with the suspension. Although I usually tend to like it in a normal base setup because it gives you a little bit more comfort. But here then, if you want the M50i and the X6, then probably is also a good choice to make it a little bit stiffer, just to serve the needs of the customers that go exactly for that. And here also noise insulation wise, you can improve it again at 100 kilometers or 60 miles an hour. Stays perfectly silent in here. The only thing that you can then hear is this V8 engine. That's probably also how it's supposed to be. So now back to 80 kilometers. The brakes are also, really aggressive. That's pretty cool. 21-inch wheels still work. I would not go for 22-inch wheels. That's a little bit too much, and also you lose comfort. We experienced that recently in the M50i from the X7 as well. I would rather go with maybe even 20-inch wheels, just have more dampening from the tires themselves, and then it's also not that bad when suspension is maybe a little bit stiffer, so rather go for smaller wheels. Yeah, I know the bigger ones look cooler, but the smaller wheels just give you a little bit more comfort, and they're just better in everyday driving life. Also, if you think about damaging some wheels or something, that definitely also makes a difference. Now this V8 growling is always pretty nice. Definitely can live with that. Although, especially when you're driving on European roads, like the 40i will definitely be enough. And it will also be the most important engine worldwide. This one here definitely, if you can and want to spend more money on that, and also want to spend more time at the fuel station. So soon we'll also head onto the motorway for some everyday driving situations, and I also talk more about the everyday driving life fuel economy. What I also want to do is do just a short turnaround to show you like how flexible this car still is somewhat. Also, you can show you something of the camera systems. Because I mean, it's not a small car, but still, when you use the camera systems and also this rear axle steering, then you are somewhat still flexible, because the turning circle is reduced. So I can also, turn the car around right here. You don't exactly see it with your own eyes how the rear wheels are turning, but you somehow feel it, that especially in the low speed areas, the car is definitely more agile. Like here, there you, for example, feel it. So it fakes a smaller wheelbase, so to say. Then you can always go back to the sports mode, and you see how it accelerates when it's already at speed. Here, for example, again, 50 kilometers to 100. Plop, and that's already it. That was 107 already. Wow. And you see that the car really there's an anti-tilt control right and left, but just from this pure acceleration, the car leans backwards then when it accelerates, like woo. That's always definitely funny to experience. And I'll use the next right turn also to show again how stable the car stays in the corner actually. And the corner speeds that are possible with this big SUV are also amazing. Look at that now, and wow. A little bit rubbing the tire to the ground, but see how upright the car went there. That's really amazing. So big and heavy SUV, but it feels so sporty. That's actually what they wanted to achieve, and indeed they could. And that has also been further enhanced with this generation. So pretty impressed with that, definitely. So much fun also to accelerate out of the corners here in those winding countryside corners. Oh, this T6 bus is also quite some speed right there. So this is one of the rare big SUVs where you can still have a lot of driving fun just on the countryside routes, and you can definitely compare it, with the Porsche Cayenne driving dynamic wise. This is what I think would probably come closest to it. The Audi Q8 is also doing quite well, also in the driving dynamics and comforts, combination and so on. And we also have videos of those cars, of course. You should check them out. So always good to compare some of the competitors. Definitely, that's always fun to do that. So definitely great fun driving experience here with the all-new X6. And of course, throughout this, let's say, model history, this new generation, we'll also keep you updated with more engine versions if you like. Oh, this guy is already saying we better leave those guys by. Now uphill. Wow. Oh, birds, pay attention. Wow, and this great tour here through the morning fog. I hope you really enjoy that together with me. Quite spectacular atmosphere just for you. And again, great job here from the adaptive suspension, even though we are in the sport mode, not really missing any comfort. Wow. So what do you think here for our sporty part?
This is the biggest BMW double kidney ever presented. We say Doppelniere, by the way, in German. That's the direct translation. However, those headlamps here, they are quite slim to that. What do you think about this front design? I think it works because it differentiates the X7 to the X5, so you can see, oh, this is the bigger version. Of course, you can argue if it's maybe too big. Those headlamps here, they come standard already with LED. Optional, you can also get the so-called laser light. You can see it here with those blue accentuations. This is a design element. The laser light itself, or the technology-wise, is just for the high beam. So, if you have those ones here, the normal LED light for the normal light will be just the same. Then for the high beam, you have the laser light, which has a range of 600 meters, but only in Europe. Not in the US. In the US, it's restricted by law to 300 meters. There will be some law changes maybe in the future. Then they can just also, software-wise unleash it. But at the moment, restricted to 300 meters. And that's, the normal range of the normal LEDs anyway. So we tested it also at night. Those LEDs have incredible lighting features. So you can see it also in our shots. You can see everything. And then when you add the high beam to it, it's just a little bit further. If we would have the EU spec of this car, it would be even further and we could double the range. That would be even more interesting. Well, let's see out how this one will be changing in the future, but it's definitely interesting for you to know as a customer, depending on which market you're coming from. The length is at 5 meters 15, 16 foot 9 or 203 inches. Wheelbase 3 meters 10. So if you compare it to the BMW X5, this one here, oh, it welcomes me when I have the key in my pocket. This one here, 23 centimeters longer than the BMW X5, and 13 centimeters of that goes into the wheelbase. So indeed, they have a different wheelbase to offer more room also on the interior. We'll soon come to that. The wheels come with 20-inch standard. Those ones are the optional 22-inch. And I can already tell you right now, yes, usually the smaller wheels give you more comfort. That's always the case. But in combination with the soft air suspension they applied here, you can still have a decent comfort also with 22-inch wheels if you want those for the visual comfort. Look at those. Then this one is sometimes an active air breather at BMW for aerodynamics, but in this case, this one here is all closed in the wheel arch, so this element in this case just for the visuals. So those wheel arches, here they are in vehicle color, design pure excellent, and the M Sport come with the vehicle color wheel arches. However, the base version comes with those plastic off-road fender wheel arches, so to say. I think they always fit a little bit better to SUVs in general, but that's just a matter of taste. I think in this way it also looks good. The rest of the car you can see is very upright from those windows. It's really a huge car. Contrasting roof rails. What do you think here about the side profile? Oh, the Hofmeister kink, one of the design elements classic to BMW, is also somehow placed here at the rear windows. We will also find it in the interior. I will soon show that to you. This is one of the rare cars where I don't have to go down with the rear profile. I can just stand upright, and to me, I really like the design in front and in side profile, but in the rear I see one problem, especially, from this camera angle, you can see how this top part of the vehicle is somehow more narrow than the lower part, and that's, somehow creating a strange visual effect. I think it should be a little bit wider here in this upper area, or what do you think? Then the tail lamps are also drawn very wide. There's a transition here with the chrome element right there. This one is the 50i here today, the V8. And it does have real exhaust pipes, but this one here, the outer part, this then is just for beauty. I think it's a little bit too much, especially with the V8. Couldn't it be just, the real exhaust pipe and that's it from design? This is my take for it. And in the very lower part, you can see this is then a silver accentuation right there. And let me also tell you something about technology, because you can also get optionally a rear axle steering for this vehicle. It's 3.5 degrees in both directions, so at lower speeds, below 60 kilometers in comfort mode or below 80 kilometers an hour in sports mode, it turns in the opposite direction than the front wheels to give you more agility and also narrow parking, like better parking, and also a narrower turning circle. And at higher speeds, and so above 60 or above 80 kilometers, then it goes in the parallel direction than the front wheels. And this one increases stability and also at higher speeds. And the air suspension, which is standard for this vehicle, varies for 8 centimeters in total. So it goes 4 centimeters up if you want it. For example, if you go off-roading, or 4 centimeters down a little bit automatically when you drive faster. But you can also put it all the way down, for example, if you're going into like a very narrow parking garage or something like that. So you have a lot of flexibility still, although you have this very big vehicle. And if you go off-road, by the way, there's also an underfloor cover available in an off-road package together then with the hill descent control. That would be another option, but I doubt it will be used for off-roading that much. But at least then you have the possibility to pop it up a little bit for off-roading if you like. And in the so-called Executive Drive Pro package, you can get the rear axle steering together with the anti-tilt control. This is then again reducing the rolling if you drive a little bit faster. The rear axle steering you can also get individually, the anti-tilt control just in the package of this Executive Drive Pro. And also another color for you, this is Arctic Grey. It has a blue nuance depending on how the light situation is. And here under the hood there's also the inline 6-cylinder petrol engine. We will also test it out later and compare it to the V8. Wow, look at that beautiful engine work. This is really something still for car enthusiasts. This is the 4.4 liter V8, 462 horsepower in the so-called 50i. 5.4 seconds is the acceleration figure to 100 kilometers an hour or 62 miles an hour. This one here predominantly for the US. The most V8s will be sold here. In Europe we can only get the 3 liter inline 6-cylinder petrol with 340 horsepower. But that one still has, just an acceleration of 6.1 seconds. It's the 40i then. And then there are also the diesels, 3 liter 6-cylinder diesel, either the 30D with 265 horsepower, 7 seconds acceleration figure to 100 kilometers or 62 miles an hour, or then the M50D. So the M50D, less horsepower, just 400. So less horsepower than this V8 petrol here, but still the same acceleration figure because it's so good in the Newton meters of torque. So I would actually go with this vehicle, with the diesel, because it is rather calm driving and the diesels offer better fuel consumption. And also that you have a visual here on the inline 6-cylinder. This one here, the 3 liter 6-cylinder turbo petrol engine, 340 horsepower, and the 40i. 6.1 is the acceleration figure to 100 kilometers an hour or 62 miles an hour, and that is then just 0.7 seconds difference to the V8. So 0.7 seconds in the acceleration slower than the V8. So actually just minor. But let's see later on how the consumption difference will be. this is this computer car key. You can set the preconditioning, for example, for the AC. You can see the current mile range. Well, the replacement key is also just a normal one if that's too thick for you to carry around all the time. Let's get inside. Keyless entry, as I said earlier. You put your hand here on the top part, just a finger to close it, and then put your hand on the inside of the door handles to open it. Door closing sound, by the way. I heard it in a more solid way yet, I have to say. Then, well, those sounds here. I hate those sounds. At the moment the parking light's on, therefore it was doing that sound. Well, on the interior, it's a great build quality. This is the Hofmeister King now on the interior here at those matte door finish handles. Really cool. Seat massage if you want so as an option right there. Different strength. Then all galvanized buttons, and those are also in a matte finish, so everything is very, very well processed. Really cool. This optional sound system, Bowers & Wilkins, has a great 3D sound. I can just recommend it. Also, bigger bolts fit in the inside of the doors. Then this interior, it has different trim styling. This one here is dark blue together with bright. I just love the color combination, you know, so the dashboard is dark, it doesn't have, you know, glaring or effect. In the lower part, however, you have this bright effect then, and I just love having the dark blue in contrast, not to just having black. This adds, wow, I mean, it's such a wow interior. The only thing is that in those high trims, they use a lot of animal skin material. They should offer more sustainable alternatives. In the X5, you can also get Sensor Tech, the leatherette. In the X7, so far it is not confirmed. Maybe later, and it always depends on the market. But what is clear is that on the high trims, they don't offer alternatives yet. Although I really would like this one here with non-animal material because the styling is so awesome. Really, really cool. This is an M steering wheel. You can also get in a different one. It has a little asynchronous form. I usually prefer the normal ones. There's also seat, not only seat heating, but also a heated steering wheel available with this small button directly at the steering wheel, and also just the small buttons at the steering wheel. When you look at those and click them, they have a clicking sound. Even those minor details are so well built. So there were a few years where BMW was behind in build quality, but now they really stepped up the game. And I mean, yes, the entry price is somewhat around 80k, but a realistic BMW X7 is at least 100k as it stands here right now, probably 115k in euros in Germany. And therefore we can also expect a lot of fancy stuff, but it is also very well executed. Seating position here in the front, it's just a dream. Really so comfortable. You sit totally upright, have a good view to the front, and really just a relaxed feeling. The seat form is really great. All electric seat control right there. You can also put the front part of the seat a little bit longer if you have long legs. The steering column here, also an electric control. I'm 1m86 or 6'1". Most of our subscribers know that, but we always have a lot of first-time viewers as well, so they need to know. Then head clearance still plentiful, and there's also this panoramic roof here, you know, with an additional shade, and you can also open it to give some more light. And in night time, it's also illuminated, so those lights from the side come, and then in the middle part there are those small elements, and they reflect the light, and it looks like you have a dot star ceiling. Really cool stuff. Also, let me already show you some interior shots at night with the ambient lighting. You can set to different colors. Of course, blue is the most fitting one here for you at the middle console. So I think very well executed as for this case too. And also those entry lights. You know, first of all, the door handles are illuminated, and then also you can see at the side, just next to the doors, those BMW wings. And you can still also see that here at the top light at the ceiling, the same interesting structure. Small detail, X7 here stamped in the B pillar between front and rear door. I love that detail. You know, they really pay attention to those. Interior overview. You
can see the Bowers & Wilkins sound system has its own visual on the top part there. Then 2 times 12.3 inch, all digital instruments, and gladly they just went for this size. I really hate it when cars offer 3 or 4 different infotainment system size. This is just one, that's it. Of course, for that price we can also expect that. But again, both in 12.3 inch. Then you see something like a front grille design also here in the middle part. Those climate units, you can access them still individually, 2-zone, and really important, for example, my wife and me always discuss it. I wanted like top and feet, and she wants it not at the feet but at the top and just vertical right here, so you can then also trim where the vents are coming from for both sides individually. Very important for some couples. And even the ventilation for the seats and the seat heating, they both work at the same time. When you, for example, when it's winter time and it's raining at the same time, you get in the car, you're wet and cold all over the place, then you have seat heating and the ventilation at the same time. Just for summertime, of course, then just the ventilation also on in 3 different levels, again for both sides. Well, it's really a dream to look at, again with the blue dashboard right there, also soft touch. Then the steering wheel, again, don't like this asynchronous form of the M steering wheel, would prefer the normal one. Volume buttons right here to control also something of the digital instruments. And on the left side, the cruise control, where you have the lane keeping assist together with the ACC. I will explain more of that to you when we drive the car. You can even do an automatic lane changing. Then if you have the highest trim of this assistant package, then you would just hold the turning indicator while driving on the motorway, and then it does the lane change on its own. But you are supposed to keep this hands at the steering wheel all the time. However, only allowed on US markets, not in Europe anymore. After a while they forbid it again to use those very sophisticated level 3 systems in Europe at the moment. Well, and there you already saw I was making it by mistake. You have those gesture controls here, for example, for turning up and down the volume. Still a normal metal knurling knob here, very well processed here too. Or for example, you can have this gesture here, put it as a favorite. You can like drive home and then you have this gesture, you can do it like this. Also, there's a voice control. You can either activate it at the steering wheel like this. Set temperature to 72 degrees.
I'm setting the temperature on the driver's side to 72 degrees Fahrenheit.
Or it's also possible to address it with, "Hey BMW."
Hello, what can I help you with?
Please drive me to Las Vegas.
Perfect. Our next destination is Las Vegas, Nevada.
Vegas, baby. This wood decor, by the way, wood is always standard for the X7. However, you can also get a different trim. For example, there's also a brighter open cell wood available if you want more of this tactile touch and not this glossy surface.
And here we can see the head-up display you can get. It has a clear view, the allowed speed, the current speed, and you also get some GPS info. I can also show you how it looks like while driving. Then you also have the assistance systems info in there. And if you approach the next intersection, you have an even bigger GPS view, by the way.
Those digital instruments to save some space, you can see here on the right side and on the left side. Well, left side is the speed, right side is RPM, and to save the space they've put the RPM meter counterclockwise, and I think that's still a quite strange thing. Peugeot used to do that, now also BMW, not exactly sure. Well, in the middle part, by the way, the camera picks up those those sensors there. You don't see them on in your real eyes. Those ones here, they check you out if you're still awake and then recommend the brake recommendation or so. Scary to have those, but this is modern technology. Well, and then in the middle part, you, for example, have a GPS view or also some fuel consumption infos on the right part. So you can change a little bit what you want to see, but it's not as flexible as for software than we know, for example, from Audi. Now to the infotainment system right here.
The visualization is quite cool, however the menu structure sometimes drives me nuts, it's so complicated. The Apple CarPlay, if you have connected it, it is a wireless CarPlay by the way, Android Auto not available, and you cannot use it with a cable. So wireless, to have it is definitely quite nice, also with a touchscreen and as control. You can also listen to your music and at the same time use the BMW GPS. There you get back to the BMW menu. If you use the central control knob, you can also access the CarPlay right there. But it always takes me some time to connect the wireless CarPlay and to get it to run. So it is a little bit more complicated to set it up once, but then when it runs, it's of course a little bit easier. You can also have the map in a bigger view right there. Should it be flickering at some point on the camera, by the way, that's just on camera. It's not as you would see it yourself. It's perfectly smooth and you see very, very responsive here in real life. This is a power saving function after a while when the car is stationary. Other than that, you have some more other cool functions, like here this car menu where you can have some, well, it's also the white color of the vehicle. I like when they paid attention to those details. Vehicle status here, for example, the tire pressure monitor. Check out those ones here. Those apps that are available, not sure if you would use them so often. Maybe the weather app or something. But then again, you usually do it also on the smartphone. There again, you have to hit the start stop engine button again, that it stays alive. Here we go. Well, this is also possible to still connect your phone via Bluetooth. Then phone can be accessed right there. And you have to have Wi-Fi and Bluetooth on at the same time that the wireless CarPlay connection works. So this one would be the standard rear view right here, good resolution and the drone from above. You can also click here then, for example, or here to change the views to the right or left band. This is a visualization. However, if I click the button in the lower part, I can also switch around the views. Rear right there. How can I get to the front? Let me put in the gear. There it is. So when I put in the gear, then it changes to the front camera. This is here a sliding cover. Then there's the inductive charging platform for the phone right there in the front. However, it gets really, really hot. You have to be advised for that, especially if you don't have. I have a cork phone cover here that it's still possible for the inductive charging, but if you don't have a cover and then touch the metal surface of your phone, it can be really hot when you put it out. Then there's a normal USB port in the front, as well as a 12-volt power supply. Adaptive cup holders, they also fit for bigger ones. It's quite cool, and they can be cooled and heated, and individually, maybe you want to have it cooled and your partner wants to have it heated, that's then possible right here. Wow, there's a lot to discover here. Maybe it's a little bit overloaded, not sure, but it's nice to have a separate button for the camera system, for example. This one is this crystal shifting lever. It doesn't feel that smooth, it looks more cool, and if there's a lot of sunlight from the outside, it can have some glares as well. Then the driving modes, talking about those while driving. On the right side, you control the infotainment system if you don't want to do it while touch. So while driving, that's better. Like this, and also some hotkeys. And then there's the air suspension control if you want to do it manually. So again, 4 centimeters up, 4 centimeters down. This is the option you have. And of course, the car also reacts according to the drive modes and to the speed a little bit automatically. And then we have the middle armrest, split way, with a USB-C charger. This one then is for charging only. Let's open the rear doors. Here it gets really interesting. Nice finish also at the rear doors, all soft materials. Then there's an electric shade, for example, for the rear windows, which already have a darker tone. And wow, this is then really something to discover. This one is the 2-2-2 setup, so 6-seater with the captain's chairs. This is an option. Usually it would be a rear bench with 7 seats overall then. You know, it's more practical. On the one hand, I will soon tell you why, but this one here rather for example, the Chinese businessman that wants to work in the vehicle. Pre-sales are a lot with those 6-seaters. Later on, I think the 7-seater will be more important. Really nice here also with this microfiber cushion here for your head. All electric also, the rear seats. You can see the controls here in the lower part. They are all the way back at the moment. And the question is, it's supposed to have 9 centimeters more legroom than the X5. When I now get inside, let's see how that one plays out. So, because in the X5 there was hardly any legroom left, and I have to say the package of this vehicle, so considering the length on the exterior and what room you have on the interior, especially in the rear, is still bad. Because, I mean, I now have plenty of knee room right here, but considering the length of the vehicle, I have this legroom here, let's say in a Skoda Scala or Skoda Kamiq, which is about like this shorter. So again, bad package, but as it's long enough anyway, you also have enough room for tall adults. You sit also quite high here in the rear, so that could be an advantage, for example, for kids. And those head restraints are really very nice. I'd like to put them a little bit higher though, that it fits more like this. Yeah. Wow. This is really... Can we stop the reviewing and just, rest for a while, maybe start sleeping? I can also put them a little bit more back right there. That's the stuff. This is really a great way to relax. Awesome. I'm not sure if I'm really keen on this entertainment system right here. You can see the map, for example, and also check out some car data info, but probably everyone will still use their smartphone anyways. Yeah, just take a look at that. You can basically have a mirror of the infotainment system in the front. But again, I more expect everyone to use their personal devices anyway. So I'm not quite sure if that's really that useful in that respect. Now I move to the other chair, and it's really cool to have, some more flexibility around you. Yes, it is more comfortable with those individual captain chair because, if you're seeking to go on long journeys with your family, but then not with so much luggage, then it would be the ideal solution. Or again, if you're more using it for business chauffeur purposes, then it's really cool to have it right here. Head clearance, still plentiful left. Again, 1m86, 6'1", if you haven't watched the front part. And then you also have this control unit in the lower end. This one is here, a separate climate control. So overall 4-zone AC. You also have a CD changer right there, still a classic one. And then some USB-C supplies right there. 2 more there, so this is everything you need. And also adaptive cup holders in the rear. That's pretty cool to keep the beverages tight. And I would almost start smoking just to be able to use that one here with the metal knurling, this ashtray. Very beautiful done, but of course, now kidding aside, I would never ever smoke in a car. I would never do that. Would you? Well, probably some do, but I don't want to, ruin the car with it. Of course, here you can light up your cigarettes if you like, but then you can also use it for, an adapter for more USB supplies. But I think this car really offers enough USB supplies. And from the rear, you also have a great view then again through this panoramic screen. And even at night, it is very beautiful when it's illuminated again. And the ISOFIX situation is really interesting because you have it here on the outsides, captain's chairs, and also if you would have the normal rear bench, so 1 and 2 ISOFIX possibilities. And then on the 5th and 6th, or otherwise the 6th and 7th, again 2 more ISOFIX possibilities. Glad they thought of that. What about the last seating row? So when you do it like this, it slides forward automatically. The front seat would also go a little bit more forward, that this one is possible, and it lifts up, so you have an easier entry. Now let's imagine those last seats were down at the moment, then with those buttons here at the inside of the doors, you can put them up again or put them down. Just click them once. I was frustrated a little while because I didn't get it to work. And why? Because at some time this button in the front was activated where you could not open the rear windows, as a child protection. And when you have this button in the front activated, this function here for the last seating row is also deactivated. So check out that function if you don't get it to work. So here from this way you can also put the seats down again if you like. It takes a while, it's an electric system, but then again it's also quite comfortable to have it. Sometimes, however, I wish to make it just a little bit less complicated, I would just have it in the manual way. It has surely its pros and cons. But what is more important is when I now get here in the rear, how does that one play out? See, I have some gap right there to get it in. And here we go. And well, as for the headroom, I'll put up those head restraints. I have a separate panoramic roof right here. I can also open and close it with a button. I have another climate unit here too, even with seat heating for those rear seats. Maybe here you can also see me a little bit better. It's really okay. I mean, this is of course a little bit closer here with my head, but I can sit here properly. This is really cool, and it's also very comfortable. You have your own zone, again also with the AC, you have own cup holders. And when I put the captain's seat here right back, it comes towards me right there. Let's see if I have enough room here still and how that one could play out. Yeah, I mean, like this I could still sit. No, whoa. Yeah, it was still okay. It was squishing me just a little bit, but it wasn't really that hurtful. So in this way I could still sit. Soon I get around and then take a seat in the captain's seat again and see if that one plays out. But it is somewhat limited as for adults. Here more again for, let's say, kids that are not that young but also not that old, so something in between. But then again, you have the ISOFIX covers, but then also think about, you could put the child seat in here, but as for safety, for a rear crash, your small kids will always be safer on those seats here than in the very latter ones. That's also maybe an aspect to remember. However, it's good to be flexible here somewhat. Some of you guys were also asking, can I leave it? Can I just get it here, the X5 as a 5-seater? No. The X5 can be bought as a 5-seater or as a 7-seater optional, but that doesn't make so much sense because there won't be any room here left in the rear. The X7 here, however, it makes sense. And again, really nice to look at this blue suede cover here in the rear that's being placed all over the vehicle. So if I had proper knee room right there in the 3rd seating row, I would be dwarfed in here on the captain's chair. So that's again my point. This car has a very bad package overall. So not a room wonder. I would need it like this. And then, well, there's hardly any legroom right, left there for tall L. So we had better 7-seaters as for the room that is available. This one here, definitely more the focus that you put those ones here all the way back. Just leave the last seating row and enjoy the luxury seating position right here. Many different ways to open this hatch. First of all, from the inside of the door at the driver's seat. Then the whole hatch opens, both parts. Then you could use the button right here. You can use the button at the key, and you have this foot kick opening mechanism. And in this case, when you use the foot kick opening mechanism, let me do it again, right there, both open, so the top part and the lower part. This one here is of course cool somehow, for picnicking or something like that, and for sliding things in and out. This is the advantage. I'll soon also come to the disadvantages of that. When you close the hatch, then both always close because the lower one has to close first. Then interesting, when you use the button right here to open, only the top part opens. For example, if, well, you just have to put something in and out just quickly or so. And then the fourth possibility it is, instead of the door, foot kick opening, this button, then let me use it here at the key, then both open. So this is standard setup, but you can also switch some stuff around in the menu, but maybe it just gets too complicated then. Well, there we go. This one would be the setup when the seats are up, the last seating row. Also the dark blue suede cover here for the last part. This one protects it against views, yes, but it's also not that handy to have it in, so sometimes I also just pull it out to be able to be more flexible. You would just have this X7 bag that you can see there can still be some stuff here in the rear when you have the last seating row up. This one here is a cooling bag, also as an example, because this is a 12-volt power supply. You can put it right in there, and then the cooling bag gets activated. Also nice to have it as a sample. Now, what about the length here? So when the last seating row is up, this one here is about 45 centimeters in length.
And the width should, in usual width, is about a meter, and that's also the case. It's actually a little bit more than a meter. So this is 1 meter and 10. And now they even have some standard information here, because some people get confused with those controls right there. There is this maximum passenger knob, and then there's a maximum luggage knob. And then you can also control each seat individually, you know, the last seating row and the row before that. Now, don't rush it, because just press it once and then wait a little bit, because then it takes some time. For example, here, just do it like this. Then don't wonder if it takes a little bit, because the captain seat before it needs to slide forward just a little bit, and then it works like this and it flips electronically. You can do the same way all over again. By the way, with the captain's chair, you can also adjust them a little bit from here, like this. Then they slide a little bit forward, and this is the central disadvantage of those, because I mean, you're limited in loading things through. You can, you know, fold them a little bit up. I can soon show you that. Let me first show you this maximum knob. This one here again would be the knob that everything is going in the passenger way. Let me put it up again to have a better effect. And then this one here is the max knob for the luggage. And if I press this one, it should be adjusting for the luggage setup. That means both of those flip right there. And also the captain's seat, you see, they fold a little bit forward first, and then they go back again. But I think from a max luggage setup, I would rather expect that the captain seats also move forward. Or what do you think? So then I could do it like this, that they slide forward. Here we go. Well, and that's then basically it. If you would have the 7-seater with the real bench, then you can flip it totally and have more flexibility. The normal trunk length to the captain's seats is 1 meter and 20, so that's not too much. And then the maximum setup here to this captain's seat, that one would be 1 meter and 60 approximately. And if you then would have the different setup here, with the 7-seater, you could load the things all the way through the middle console, and that one then is even a little bit longer than 2 meters. So, are you the captain's chair, or are you the 7-seater to be able maybe to just throw your mountain bike here in the rear? I love the captain's chair for the luxury aspect, but then again, I just want to be a little bit more flexible for the luggage compartment. Or what do you think? And now I've put both captain's seats right there in the front. This one would be the maximum loading setup for this one. Usually just a very small part in the rear trunk. This one is then 326 liters. Then the 7-seater with the bench flipped is 750 liters. And the maximum setup with the 7-seater again would be 2,120 liters. Here with the 6-seater, of course, it's always a little bit less. And below the trunk cover, you can also store the real trunk cover. That would be more relevant for the 7-seater. However, the very small, longer cover for the very latter part, that one cannot be stored as it's too large. And now it gets really exciting, because here, this one here is the 7-seater with the bench that goes all the way through. It's the same style as for the trim, but you can see here now 3 seats in the rear and a bench that goes all the way through. Very interesting. There's electric control, and here you can see this one then is all the way back, and there you can already see you have more legroom than in the captain's chair. The seat there in the back is still in the front, so you're really, you can adjust there a lot. And now we're talking. There it is. This is legroom, how I would expect it from a car of this length. So, well, the captain's chair, they are somehow more exclusive in, moving around. However, the bench here is also very comfortable. Yeah, when you are in the captain's chair, it really feels a little bit more like being in the front seat, just here in the rear. This one here is somewhat different from the seating position. The big advantage for the captain's chair is that it's really upright. Here, the rear bench, it falls a little bit backwards, and that is not that comfortable on the long-term run. So, for long journeys, I would recommend the captain seat here in the rear. However, this one is still comfortable. But those ones here definitely have the advantage that they have more legroom. They are also a little bit lower. You have a little bit more head clearance right there. And you're still somewhat adjustable right here. You can see that. Well, and then you can also let them flip forward if you want to access the last seats. So that's, you know, a mechanism that is pretty much equal to the ones of the captain seats. They go forward and then go back again. And that looks really funny, doesn't it? Now the question is, does it make a difference? So how far does it go back and how can I get out then again? You know, with the captain seats, I could not really sit properly in the rear still. Now, whoa, getting squished again. So in that way, I could still sit. And now I'm getting out again somehow, somewhere, to see how I can still fit on this position then now again. And if the 7-seater variant is a solution that actually really 7 tall adults can sit in this car. See, this is Tom's workout with vehicles with more seats. Hey, I could free myself here, indeed. That's really cool. Now, back here again, and you see, it does exactly fit. So, yeah, I mean, it is somehow close, but definitely result with captain seats. You can basically forget the 6th and the 7th seat. Well, the captain is the 5th and the 6th seat. Let's say the 3rd seat in a row, you can forget it with the captain seats for adults. But here, it does exactly work, although that one would be more comfortable. Yeah, and then what about the middle seat? Well, let me put that one here back again. They are, you know, small middle tunnel just, and of course the middle seat here is a little bit stiffer. Head clearance-wise, it does work. There's so much to do with this vehicle here. Sliding backwards again. So in the middle part here you can also sit. That's actually quite okay. But lower and the back part is a little stiffer. So I would not recommend it for longer journeys. But you can see there's clearly a lot of thinking for you if you're really deciding to buy this vehicle. If you would go for this setup or for the other setup. Both have their pros and cons. Here, by the way, you also have this armrest with some storage and also with cup holders. However, I really love the cup holders that were there in the central part with the captain seats. They are not here because here you can still use the central seat here. And then we're now coming to the last advantage of this setup here. That is when we want maximum trunk length. And now what about the trunk here of the 7-seater with the bench that goes all the way through? So I'll remove this top cover here directly, that we have the maximum setup right soon, that you can see it. And, you know, this is the same here as for length, also just for the last seating row. And now I'll also hit this max luggage button. And then everything should go in this luggage position. Here we go. So, the first seating row, up till the bench here. You can, of course, move it a little bit. This one would always be 1.20 meters over 1.20 meters. It's interesting how it goes back again and then flips forward. You can also flip it forward from the passenger compartment, and now we're talking here as well. So up to my front seat when I would be driving, that is then 2 meters. And you may remember the captain seat that would be ending like here or so when you would have flipped then. So this then is the definite advantage of the rear bench. So you have to ask yourself, how much do you do traveling then with tall adults or with adults in general in the rear, and how much luggage are you transporting? It really depends on the purpose. I think it's really a harder decision because you can argue for and against it, but we've presented you both versions now in depth. Which one would you go for? Really looking forward to your opinion there in the comments. And one last thought to this split hatch. Well, I really love it that you can just sit on it, and maybe for picnic purpose or so. From here you can slide things in, but then the disadvantage here is when you want to reach over for something that is really deep hidden in the trunk. From here you can, you know, go like this and reach through half of the luggage compartment, and that's it. And when you have something pushed all the way through, then you cannot reach it. And if it would be a normal one, which is not split, then you of course get closer to the car and can reach way further inside the vehicle. So this is again, about pros and cons. And by the way, child safety. Yeah, it's also reasonable amount of torque applied that no one gets squished right there. And now, welcome to Thomas's driving lounge with the BMW X7. Well, and we have exclusively for you today this V8 4.4 liter V8. Of course, a massive amount of power, but how will it play out from a consumption and the different driving aspects of this engine? We have the rear axle steering. This is really helpful, especially when being inside the city. The car feels more agile. However, I talked to the suspension engineer and he told me actually that he wanted to design it in a way that it's rather subtle, that it's not like, screaming out, I'm a rear axle steering. There are different rear axle steerings on the market nowadays, and this one is indeed rather subtle. It goes 3.5 degrees across and also 3.5 degrees parallel. So in both ways, so at lower speeds, like this, 3.5 degrees, and higher speeds parallel. And the threshold for that is 60 kilometers an hour in the comfort mode and 80 kilometers an hour in the sport mode. So in the sport mode, the rear axle steers against the front axle higher speeds still. Very interesting. So, and this car is of course all about driving in a very relaxed manner, although we have a lot of power. We have this upright seating position, which is very comfortable. Then you have a superb noise insulation, so you basically hear nothing from the exterior. And as long as you have this engine in a rather calm way and don't force it too much, it's also very calm. You have this big displacement, so you don't have to push it. So with very low RPMs, you can already have good accelerations. And this is also what this big displacement is about. We soon also go to the motorway, and we can also accelerate on there, show you about that. The suspension, it's always an air suspension in the X7, so the air suspension is standard. And it is also a different setup than the X5. In the X5, the air suspension was pretty stiff, actually. And here, although they share a lot of technology, you have a little bit longer wheelbase here, 13 centimeters longer wheelbase. But that doesn't make the biggest difference. The suspension setup is the one that makes a difference. And here the air suspension is set on a softer note. And I think, to my taste, that's a really good decision, because when you buy an air suspension, you want a soft air carpet ride. And in the X5, it was of course good, but more tuned to this very sporty note. And I think this one here is a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more calm. And this really does suit the vehicle. So if you maybe want to drive the X5 a little bit sportier and this one here a little bit more relaxed, I think that's a wise decision that they also went for some differentiation right there. And now we deliver you a scenic ride. Look at that perspective here in Big Bend National Park. Really great scenic view. And actually, I turned the car around for you. So I'm also testing the turning circle now. Here the camera view. You have your camera, I can just drive to the pavement right there. And this rear axle steering now also helps to reduce the turning circle. Again, 3.5 degrees opposite direction in the front wheels. That makes it more agile. I can also feel it when driving slower here now. The car then feels smaller than it actually is.
In a quarter of a mile, turn right at the end of the road onto Ross.
Really interesting, that a big car can feel so small, so to say. The air suspension,
is a little bit softer than in the X5. We also feel it when you drive a little bit more agile than here, so the car, well, you know, it doesn't really shake more because it also has this anti-tilting function, so that reduces then the roll, but you somehow feel that the suspension is softer. And again, I can just say this is, to me, more likable than the X5, but it's also a matter of preference. If you like more sporty SUV driving, then the setup in the X5 is more something for you. Here in this national park, the speed limit is, well, sometimes even slower, usually 45, here in some corners even 30, and then you hear absolutely nothing. Now, when we were driving on the motorway, was of course a little bit louder than also with rough tarmac, and when we went just faster, but still sound insulation was superb. And when you then at slower speeds here, then you absolutely hear nothing. It's so silent you can really relax. That's you know, that's really cool. And you always stay, most of the time stay in speed regions where you can really use this agile part of the rear axle steering. However, you know, like still comfort mode, you know. Then, yeah, 40 mph. Yeah, it should be then closely coming to the areas then when we also have this parallel steering from the rear axle steering. So it's definitely a good option to go for, especially for the X7. Now also enjoy this panoramic drive. We are also having, you know, this perfect evening mood with a blue-ish light is starting. That's always so beautiful. Well, with a V8, yeah, the consumption is really high indeed. Doesn't really pay off to have this engine in contrast to the 6-cylinder petrol engine, and also in contrast to the diesels. The only thing you really notice is the sound that is really different. From the exterior, it really sounds like a sports car. You know, you heard that in our shots, but here also so well insulated from the cabin that when I go to the sports mode and then accelerate again, you don't hear it that much. You know, the probably things you hear most will be, again, some luggage pieces flying all over the car or something. Yeah, a little bit, you know, a little bit. But BMW engineers also discussed that. They were thinking of, shall we actually do a sound actuator to bring some more sound into the interior than from the engine? But they decided against it because they said we had so much effort to insulate this cabin here from everything and also from the engine noise that they didn't want to, let's say, open it up again and bring some extra noise in the cabin. So that was their decision. And I think you can definitely understand that. The suspension, by the way, also in the sports mode still stays very comfortable. You have some more, you know, some more stiffness definitely, so if you prefer that. So here in the sport mode, it comes closer to the usual setup of the X5. That's very interesting. So you still, as it's an adaptive air suspension, have the choice to go a little bit stiffer than again. You also can go to the Eco Pro mode. Then it's more set, you know, possible sailing, for example, to save some fuel. Throttle input is being reduced. Or you can also make it a little bit more individual as well. But usually you do it for sports mode or comfort mode. But you can also stay in comfort mode and use the shifting pedals to shift down if you want to start an overtaking maneuver, for example. Or if you're going downhill for a longer time, then use the engine brake with shifting down. Or just hold the right pedal for a couple of seconds, and then it goes back to the automatic shifting mode once again. And well, it's a big car, but since all the windows are rather upright, it still has a very decent overview. And again, you know, it doesn't feel so much bigger than the X5, so it's really very well to ride. Those technologies have come so far that you drive a very big car, but you can still handle it super easily. So both motorway and also here, the, you know, driving in the national park is really just a pleasure with this car, no doubt. And yeah, you can just continue to enjoy those views here. I think really a great episode for us and also for you to enjoy, to combine a premium vehicle here with this marvelous landscape.
And now to driving the 6-cylinder petrol engine. As for suspension and everything, it's of course all totally the same. I can just say again that the setup of the air suspension is really to my liking, and no matter if you go motorway or also countryside road, it's really very well to ride and gives just a very good natural driving feeling. And it's really astonishing how BMW could transport their core brand values also to a big SUV. And indeed also the steering feeling is better than with the all-new BMW 3 Series, which I didn't like so much as for the steering setup. Well, very interesting finding that the big SUV has a better steering setup. Maybe it does react to all the steering commands. Again, here the very low degree angle ratios could be a little bit more sensitive, but then again you could also argue that in a calmer vehicle you might also want to drive a little bit more calm steering wise. But as soon as you go to further steering degree angles, then you also get a very good feeling for the vehicle. But definitely a thing that BMW should take a look at it. But I think in the 3 Series it was worse definitely than here. This one is also the normal steering wheel, by the way. So here in this car we don't have the M steering wheel, and I think I really like this one here more. Somehow, as it's really symmetrical, that's somehow better for the eye, even just when looking at it. So, and then this engine here, the acceleration difference was just 0.7 seconds, so there's not so much performance lost whatsoever. But consumption, this one is a big difference. So this one here you can drive with about 11 liters on 1 kilometers, or that's about 21 mpg US or 25 mpg UK. And that will at the end of the day be more than 3 liters difference on 1 kilometers between this one here, the 6-cylinder, and the 8-cylinder. So there's really a lot of consumption cost you get extra than with the V8.
A German Autobahn high-speed test, an efficiency test, opening BMW logos, splitting BMW logos, a lounge interior with curved display. And why am I allowed to damage this big double kidney? This is now to come with Thomas on Autogefühl with the all-new BMW iX. Is it the best full-size electric SUV out there? Let's find out. Let's go. You see in the background where this region in Germany here is called Bavarian Tuscany, and this one here is a Bavarian-built electric SUV, the all-new BMW iX with a huge double kidney in the front. Yeah, there's a very special feature there to come. This one here has also the option of this Titan bronze look, so this color nuances that are also continued all over the vehicle. The headlamps, standard LED, optional, which you can also see here, the laser lights with extended high beam function, and definitely a very strong stance here in the front for the all-new iX. And they have a new concept called Shy Tech. For example, here in the middle part they have the sensor, and it is hidden in a way that you don't see that it's a big sensor. By the way, if you look very closely, you can see here that the heating lines inside the double kidney, and this is actually this here, so it's kind of like an inside layer, and this one then keeps the sensor from being frozen all over the place, so also in winter times it keeps clean and does the job. And the fill-in for the wiper fluid is right here underneath the logo. The length is at 4.95 meters or 195 inches, so it has the length of a BMW X5. It is as flat as a BMW X6 and has the wheels of the BMW X7, and these are the optional 22-inch wheels, really massive. It comes standard already with 20-inch wheels. Then optional 21, also included in the sports package, which is also here equipped with this vehicle with some sporty accentuations, and then optional the biggest ones right here. And you can see here the roofline falls a little bit like here for wind efficiency, and also there's kind of like a recess right here also for wind efficiency, and then the big iX logo right there. The door handles are on the inside kinda, once again also for wind efficiency. And what range figure will we score? This will be super interesting, I can promise. And suspension-wise, a base iX would come with a steel suspension.
An option, you can get the air suspension here on both axles. At the moment, the bigger battery is already combined with that one, but later on it will also be available with the big battery, but then we'll go for the base suspension. And also rear axial steering, that reduces the turning circle by about a meter, because then the rear wheels are turning in the opposite direction than the front wheels. That gives you more agility, fakes, so to speak, a shorter wheelbase. In the rear we can see a very clean design. The tail lamps are very slim right there, and it doesn't look that bulky because, again, I said this recess, which is there also for wind efficiency. As for the acceleration figures, the entry model is at 6.1 seconds, the X-Drive 40, and here the X-Drive 50. This is the one with the bigger battery already. Acceleration figure to 1 kilometers or 62 miles an hour, 4.6 seconds. Dual motors, of course, front and rear. It's already quite powerful. And here is a comparison. We have the iX in white, just as it appears outside. It's always good to see the different colors than really, in real daytime light. Or what about a blue one? Here also with a roof box and a bike carrier at the rear. Depending on where the light comes from, this blue looks a little bit darker, for example here. But when there's more light, the color appears a little bit more matte, I would say. Turning indicators look like this. Looks actually quite cool. And that's how it looks like in the rear. And here you can also see a nice comparison between the wheels. Here you can see the 22-inch wheels in black, and directly next to it, at the blue vehicle then, there are the 22-inch wheels in the bright styling. Well, me personally, I don't need the roof box, but the blue exterior color here, yeah, of course, Thomas Blue. That's my way to go. This is also my favorite and recommended spec. Here, white exterior or the blue exterior, and then the Oyster interior, so either white or blue white. Yeah, I would also pick white, but here the blue white, greater contrast. And these are the Sensatec seats in the bright style. Oyster, you can see that it's the Sensatec seat because it has this asymmetric touch here, and it's also perforated. That means in the iX you can also get ventilated Sensatec seats, and that is of course the best choice because they can also keep you cool in summer, although you have a service which you can wipe clean easier. Well, and you cannot open the hood yourself, but that's what's under the hood here in the cutaway model. For example, also a 12-volt starter battery. So actually to wake up the big battery, so even the electric vehicles need the small 12-volt batteries. And here I have one cell module. This is 0.2 kilowatt. And interesting is then 500 of these are packed here in the battery pack. So 0.2 times 500 is then the 105 kilowatt hour battery for the bigger model. So something around 600 kilometers or 370 miles is the official figure. Will we reach that? We will try exactly that today in the driving part. There is also a smaller battery for the smaller model at 71 kilowatt hours. This one somewhere than 400 kilometers, 250 miles. Of course, a little bit cheaper. The price difference is around 20,000 euros, so at least 100,000 euros or dollars than for the bigger model X-Drive 50. And recharging, wow, that thing is huge. 11 kilowatt AC and 150 kilowatt DC for the small battery, and here for the big battery 195 kilowatt. And now I have the official permission to damage a double kidney of a BMW. Why? I show you right here. So you can see here we have a scratch, and it's even that deep that I can really feel it with my finger. And the thing is, there's an additional PU layer, so polyurethane layer, on top of it with a memory function. And now you have two possibilities. Either put the car out to the sun, maybe you live in Texas or in Spain or in Italy, in summertime, then it's hot enough. You need 30 degrees Celsius or temperatures in the 80s or something, 90s in Fahrenheit, or use a hairdryer on the car on the double kidney. Wow, it's actually already gone. I mean, it's kind of course, a little bit hot, but I can't feel anything anymore. So before I could really feel the scratch, the depth of the scratch, and now it's kind of like a completely, slick surface again. And here, one more time, once again, really visible scratch, and then the hairdryer action. and it's gone. You can actually just open the vehicle with your smartphone and then just approach it, and it's basically automatically open. And then door closing sound is, yeah, it's frameless door, so it's not that sophisticated actually. Yeah, we know you can use your smartphone as a key, but I would rather stick with the classic key fob. It looks quite fancy and is also pretty light. Then inside of the doors, here with microfiber, so it's really cool and very soft. Then these seat controls are at the inside of the doors. We know it from Mercedes that here they are still, you know, movable, so have kind of feedback. It's not the most practical thing. I think it's rather practical to have it at, you know, the lower part of the seat. And also there are reflections. This looks cool from the crystalline layout, but when the sun is coming, you know, from the outside, it can blind you while driving, so that's actually not that good. But gladly, the crystalline applications are an option. So this is how it would look from the base model. It looks also quite stylish and elegant, and I would really recommend to stick with these because they are not blinding you. So the other one look more fancy something, you know, but these ones are definitely more practical. Here we can see the CFK carbon fiber reinforced plastics parts of the chassis, pretty cool. And then here in this seam here we have a mix of fabric and microfiber, and there's also 15% wool share in there. Not sure why this was really necessary, because you could have also just made it completely animal free. For this, just 15%, yeah, doesn't make so much sense. And here a detailed portrait of the interior spec with the Oyster Sensitech seats. Here you have a bright inside of the doors. Then also these standard buttons, which are not glaring. Then they kept the dark dashboard because this is not reflecting in the windscreen, although they say, yeah, bright dashboard would look cool, but it's just too glaring, definitely. And then the Sensitech seats, so animal free here in the asymmetric shape and also perforated. Ventilation is possible, and the quality is also really, really high, so no one could actually tell if it's animal source or not. But these ones here, of course, less CO2 emissions, less harm of animals and of humans, so this is also way to go then. And the cool thing is, seats as shown here are standard equipment for the BMW iX. Alternatively, without any extra price, you can get these Sensitech seats also in brown or black, perforated again, and then as an option each, the ventilation. For the steering wheel, however, they do not offer any animal skin alternative yet. Seating position, nice, upright, very comfortable steering wheel, up and down, in and out, electric control, and you have a very good panoramic view to the front, really open space atmosphere. That's the main difference, for example, to an X5, X6, X7, this cockpit layout. And here in the second interior we also have the rubber floor mats, so for more rugged use, you know, like a holiday trip or something which can get muddy. So yeah, and for rugged floor mats they also look quite fancy. Interior overview, really unique styling, definitely looks like from a concept vehicle, but it's able, you know, to drive and to be bought right now. The screen's 14.9 on the right side, 12.3 inch on the left side, and this, you know, kind of like free floating middle console, and also the steering wheel. So everything really with a unique setup. I think they've done a good job to have a differentiation here on the market. And what about the ambient lighting? Well, they didn't put too much in the central part. It's rather at the sides. You see here the speakers inside of the doors, also here at the rear at the inside of the doors. At the rear it's even more actually. You can see here this light strip here at the inside window also has a reflection in the glass. That's actually quite fancy. Wow, that looks really cool. Let's take a look at the driver's side. There are the same things happening, and also here in the rear. So nice new ideas, definitely. But what about you? I mean, I would have wished something more ambient lighting, not only in the floor right there, but also, you know, in the top parts somewhere, you know. But what's your take on that? Completely new steering wheel, very unique form, but looks actually quite fancy. And the coolest thing to me is you still have hard buttons here, for example, for setting the cruise control. On the right side for the digital instruments. Yes, there are also some capacitive buttons on it, but at least they kept a mix. These are infrared sensors here. They are visible for the camera, but not for the human eye. Interesting here that these displays, this, you know, how it normally looks, and then you can also change things here. For example, you can change the whole layout. So this is possible like this, or like this. Or then the contents here. So for example, you can have, you know, like range, or here then GPS view in it. Overall, you get along with that quite well. And head-up display, I picked a place here where you can also see the visualization of the map guidance. So it's a very nice option, especially then when you see some GPS guidance there. As for the infotainment system, OS 8, operating system 8, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it looks fancy, definitely. This is the map. This looks kind of familiar for BMW. And you also have another main menu. You can access it right here, but from the looks, this is more like 90s, isn't it? You know, like it's like, I don't know, like Windows 95. Sorry about that, BMW OS engineers, but it's true, isn't it? Tell me in the comments. And I think overall it's not such an easy system to get along with. I think it is more complicated than the system you had before. I really love the OS 7. I think it was also better than OS 6. But this one here I think is a step backwards. It has more functionality, at the same time it's more complicated. CarPlay integration is really cool, all over the screen right here. And then let's listen to this optional Bowers & Wilkins sound system. Wow. Yeah, that's really crystal clear, and you know there's a very big resonance room here, definitely with the vehicle. So that's definitely very cool. So let's go back to the BMW system right here. And about the climate changing thing, yeah, I mean here you can always have it at this point. It's okay. Still, manual climate dials are better. And then for seat heating and steering wheel heating here, for example, who thought about this? I mean, it's like, look at that and tell me immediately, like, what shall I do now? You know, like, so I don't really get it that much. Voice control. Drive me to Berlin.
I found several destinations.
Yeah,
Which
that
one
works. But what about the temperature, for example, as an alternative? Set temperature to 21 degrees.
I will set the temperature to 21 degrees Celsius for the driver.
So that worked. Oh, and also recognize it for the driver, you know. If you are a BMW customer and know the OS 7 from a recent vehicle, you are missing exactly, yeah, what? Menu, media, tail, nav, and then there's nothing below. There's no car menu. And this is so unpractical. I always want to access the car options there. In this case, you have to go to this menu and then go to live, yeah, that's the thing about the system, live vehicle. And this is kind of the car menu now. Why have they made it more complicated? By the way, so if you press to the top here, then you have the iconic sounds option off. So there you can deactivate the iconic sounds. And I really have to say, after a while, I did deactivate them. But even more annoying, the turning off or the startup sound. There we go. Yeah, also composed by Hans Zimmer. But yeah, I mean, we know he's, you know, he's a great, majestic songwriter. But this sound, not so in love with that, are you? And this B&O system has 30 speakers and even a 4D function. And here you can set it also how strong it shall be. And then you kind of feel some vibration here, especially in this area at the seat, so at your lower back, I would say. So that it makes sense to go for this very expensive sound system. It's 5,000 euros extra for the 30 speaker B&O sound system with the 4D sound. Well, this vibration in the back, it's not really necessary. To me, it was kind of a little bit annoying. And also the sound was good, but not 5,000 euros good, you know. The Burmester sound system from Mercedes is way better indeed. So, and for this vehicle here, you go 12 speaker bass, 18 speaker Harman Kardon, 30 speaker Bowers & Wilkins. Yeah, I would go either with the bass system to save money, or then go one step further for the Harman Kardon system to get a little bit more sophisticated sound. But this extra price here for the Bowers & Wilkins system is not justified. There's this automatic parking button right here, and there's even more to discover because they're not only the cameras, and they're actually in, you know, very good resolution. So you can also switch it around. Which one do you want to have? So in here with more, you have a 3D view as well. So yeah, you can browse around the view. Yeah, we are surrounded by iX vehicles here. Oh, this is the white one next to us. That looks a little bit weirdly big. But what I want to show you here actually is an even more fun feature. So, there's here car wash view. And there you can, that you don't damage the alloys. Here, the camera cleaning function. You have to have the doors closed and the ignition on. And then you can clean front, rear, or both cameras at the same time. And that looks amazing. Yes, that's the cleaning function of the front camera, and you saw how it comes out. Yep, and that rear wiping function looked even more spectacular, didn't it? Pretty cool that you have this open middle console here in the front, so there's transition here, for example, for your suction mounts. And then we have cup holders. They're also adaptive here in the front, and you can put a smartphone actually then up here. No, it doesn't fall through because they're being kept right here. And you maybe know from the X5 or 5 series here in the inductive charging pad, it gets too hot, especially iPhones, but here they have now introduced a cooling for that inductive charging pad, so they suck away the hot air, and you can literally hear that as well when you put a phone on that one here, and then listen really carefully. Oh, there's Schmoozy. Then actually you can hear a soft ventilation going. And then this top console, also this crystalline turning and pressing knob. It's good to have that because then you don't have to do everything via touch while driving. To change the driving modes is like here, these are like capacitive buttons, but inside the matte wood. That's a cool idea. It's better than the fingerprint thing with the high gloss black, but still to get to this point here while driving is a little bit distracting. And here, there you can see what I mean. This is not only on camera, it does blind you definitely, and the same happens with the inside of the doors with these controls for the seats. So it looks super fancy, and I mean it also looks amazing when it's blinding by the light here. But then again, while driving, not that pleasant. So you do not get the crystalline lever right there, which is also in a way better because it's less blinding. The only thing is you do not get the nice matte wood underlay for that. So this of course is more this high gloss black thing. Doesn't look that fancy, but still, no glare would be priority one for me. And by the way, here, this standard turning and pressing pad, it actually gives you a better control feeling. It's not flickering on a human eye, by the way, here. So this one here is really better to control the vehicle. It just gives a more precise feeling when controlling. Interesting. Shifting lever, and again, this just only on flickers on camera. So like this, D mode, B mode is then for more recuperation, D with automatic recuperation. How that works, explaining you while driving. So it's actually an easy solution, and again, this crystalline work. This one does not blind, so much because, kind of probably the angle that is set in. And then we have this split middle armrest with some more space. When you look here from above, you hardly see the opener for the glove box. It is actually hidden right here. There we go, and it's quite shallow. A nice detail here also, the frameless back mirror. And then we have the electrochromatic sunroof, which is really amazing. Look at that. This is then looking through, and this is then for more sun covering. Wow, really amazing. And when you look through it and the sun is behind it, then it looks like in Dune, like with this, very yellowish perspective on the sun and so on. So the kids will love to play around with that. Here, there's the button up top there. Magic. And here we go, there's the sun through the panoramic roof, and then let's make it Arrakis. Ooh. On the passenger side door, you can also put a smartphone here, kind of like, next to the door handle. Interesting idea. However, if something very small falls in there, it's lost. By the way, to get out again, you have your hand here and kind of like press with your thumb here. It's quite unusual, but it's a nice tactile experience. Rear doors also with the same nice and soft microfiber. That's pretty cool. And then, for example, you have options like a proper jacket hanger here. You don't have to go for it, but you can. 2 USB-C chargers. Of course, when someone is sitting in the back, I would rather remove that actually. And then also the same kind of asymmetric microfiber fabric setup that looks lovely. Also in the rear, this console is rather free floating. Here, temperature control rather classic, as we know it from other BMW generations, and here also space and no middle tunnel at all. That shows that this platform, this chassis, was purpose-built indeed for this EV. Middle armrest with fabric, and then you can release these cup holders here. And plenty of space here in the rear, a lot of legroom, headroom also really a lot. So remember, this one here is flatter than the BMW X6. It's almost comparable in length, you know, with the X5. But I mean, so much space. This is really using this EV platform, and of course also on the middle seat, 5 tall adults, no problem, no middle tunnel here whatsoever. Yeah, that's really good. The only thing is you can actually fold the seat, the bench from here, release it here. But then again, that's the only thing you can do. You cannot adjust the angle or something. However, it has a good angle and it's also very comfortable here to sit in the back. And yeah, going through with this whole bench, it's actually really nice to cuddle here as well, I would suppose. And one more look how the Oyster SensorTech interior looks in the rear. There's also here an iPad holder available like this. In general, I think just the bright interior rocks in the styling. There is no trunk, and the trunk has 500 up to 1,750 liters. See here the height for backpacks, no problem. You can of course also remove the whole thing just with a little force. Then let's put it out like this. The length here at 1 meter or 40 inches here with my nice new black ruler, and here you can see the width is more than 1 meter or 40 inches. So yeah, it's like 1 meter 5 or like 41, 42 inches. So that's actually really good. The height then here to the cover 47 centimeters or 19 inches, and the overall height is 75 centimeters or 30 inches. So very well usable. It could be maybe, you know, a little bit less shallow here. Then again, we have an even loading sill, and underneath space for the charging cables, and also has this clicking in effect. So overall, I think I'm quite happy with it. Right and left flipping is possible here from the right side. That's a very good function, and you see it folds really flat. So a very well usable SUV definitely. And here you can, yeah, reach that 2 meter or 78 inches mark easily. Agile driving first before the regular driving lounge. Let's go. Woo, that was 0 to 60 kilometers an hour. Wow, that went quick. Super powerful here, this xDrive 50 version. Yeah, a lot of fun, and also very direct steering here. And the batteries in the lower part of the vehicle centralized, as we saw earlier. This brings a lot of agility, plus the rear axis steering, so the car feels smaller and more agile and lighter than it actually is. That acceleration was even uphill, so even more impressive, and now even more uphill performance and agile driving. We're driving up the Obersalzberg, yes, the Obersalzberg, where Hitler had his Berghof. And well, this region luckily turned from terror to tourism and from pain to pleasure, because it's such a beautiful area. And they also have a documentation center right here to show, you know, what has happened, and of course that this never happens again. So we can go out, enjoy some car reviews. So here we go. Great agile driving. Wow. Due to the rear axis steering, it really feels more agile, and this is also a main difference then to the combustion engine brothers like the BMW X5, X6, X7. Due to the low center of gravity, this feels so much more agile. It doesn't feel like a full-size SUV almost, and wow, having so much fun. Would never have so much agile driving fun here in a combustion engine SUV at that size. This is really, these tires are also hooking up so great. I mean, it's huge, and it feels and drives like a go-kart and has always more power. And this is also a major difference to a Tesla Model X. This one here is so much better in the agile driving. Yes, the Tesla has other big advantages, definitely. And we also have, of course, an extensive review of that. But in the agile driving fun, wow, this one is probably now king of the big SUVs. But there's more. so much more to tell you about this vehicle in the normal Thomas's driving lounge. And you can already see here camera image, and we have the augmented reality function, so the arrows then that are showing me where to take the next exit and the turn and so on. And the first thing that comes to your mind is it's extremely silent in here. So we were skeptical before because there's no dual insulation glass at the side, but indeed that doesn't seem to matter. It's extremely silent in here, and probably the most silent drive in a BMW car overall yet, and they are very well insulated, you know. So this is extremely impressive how silent this vehicle is. Yeah, I mean, we'll soon also drive a little bit faster on the motorway, German Autobahn, and see how that one turns out. The augmented reality arrow functions we've already seen there are also quite promising already. And here at the speed of about 70 kilometers now, so like 40 miles now or something. Once again, great noise insulation and a super calm atmosphere. Indeed, this car here has a completely different atmosphere. It's nothing like you know from BMW before. This is really this open space. You have a traveling feeling, but it's not that it's like too long in the front. You have the upright seating position, very comfortable. Also here on these, fabric microfiber mixed seats, really upright window graphic here, so you have a good view to the side. So this is a very, very good travel vehicle indeed from the whole, experience you get to know right here. You know that we have the batteries in the central floor, and this is a so-called purpose-built vehicle. BMW calls it that way because it is built for the purpose of being an EV, and that's why the chassis is also unique to this one. Of course, they also use similar parts from the other big vehicles for the individual parts, but the chassis is really built on this one. And yeah, we know it from the crystalline shifting lever, by the way, from the X7 or something. And here on the inside, these crystalline door controls, they are blinding you definitely. And I'm really thinking about what's the sense of that, and also this part in the middle part. So when you have sun glare from the outside, you sometimes think, oh, did the speed camera hit me or something? Because here at this side, then the door control, yeah, that's definitely something they must have seen when they were test driving these cars. They do it for thousands of kilometers or miles, and no one has realized it, or the designer said like, yeah, we don't care, it looks kick-ass, so keep it in. Maybe that's the thing then. I don't know. By the way, I think on camera, yeah, I'm not sure. If that screen might be flickering on the camera here, it's just the camera then, So that has nothing to do then that you would see that with your own eyes, or that it's in that way or something. Oh yeah, yeah. That's the thing here with gesture control. When you're using gestures without intentionally having some gestures, then sometimes something is activated, so that's the disadvantage of gesture control here. So we have a little bit space behind us, so we can show you a first acceleration. And let's see. So we always have the same power, by the way. So you don't have to pick in a different driving modes, but you can, for example, go to sports mode if you like, and then power it a little bit up from the throttle input. So from 45 kilometers now, let's go. Plop, 105. That was 110. Wow. I mean, this is like a 2.5-ton SUV with a big battery pack, and whew, this was really like instant acceleration, and there will be more to come, with the later version. We'll also keep you updated here on Autogefühl, but this one here, of course, 2 motors, 1 front, 1 in the rear. Wow, really impressive. Rear wheel bias, definitely, we felt that. So the rear electric motor is always the stronger one, and you still keep this, BMW characteristic rear wheel drive. And here, by the way, in a slalom, again, it's a high SUV, but it feels so much sportier than the combustion engine models, because BMW X5, X6 and so on would be the comparable models size-wise, and due to the low center of gravity, this feels so much sportier. Steering wheel, by the way, here is a little bit, light, but it's not that unnatural, and then becomes a little bit more, a little bit tighter to the outside. So it's a pretty direct steering feel indeed, and slalom is indeed a lot of fun. The car doesn't shake up too much, however, it's not too stiff. So you have air suspension on both axles here, of course, and that's also a good decision. You have good comfort. At the same time, here in the sports mode, for example, the suspension is tuned a little bit stiffer, you know. So what does happen in sport mode? First of all, throttle input, you know, it's just more aggressive then. So for little personal throttle, directly good acceleration. Then the suspension, air suspension, is set on a stiffer note. However, you do not get more power by this. So that's the thing that sometimes happens in electric vehicles, but it's not the case right here. So just the input is being changed, but you do not get more power with it. You can also already access the maximum power just by the normal driving modes. So this is also possible. Very, very interesting, definitely indeed. So when we switch back here to the My Mode selector and go just to the normal driving modes, you can also set personal settings. Also very interesting visualizations right there. Then you feel the suspension is a little bit softer. Also here when I'm doing like in the slalom, but you feel also due to the rear axle steering, which is also equipped with this vehicle. So air suspension and rear axle steering is basically an option. From the market start, they are included in the X3 50, but later on you can also get like X3 50 without these this option to get it a little bit, to get the big battery, but then not the most expensive price. Not pick everything kind of. But here, due to the rear axle steering, I mean, it doesn't feel at all that you would be steering like a big SUV. It's, by the way, very, really funny in the comments. I'm looking forward to that, guys. When I say like, and the big SUV, a big SUV, and sometimes I get comments like, oh, that sounds like big ass SUV. I love these comments. Yeah, looking forward to these in this time. Not sure if you heard that before, or yeah, maybe now, when I'm saying it, you're always thinking of that. That was the same. Like, do you remember with the Mercedes S-Class in the previous generation, and you had this clown's face steering wheel, and someone said, "Oh, that looks like a clown's face," and then from this point on, everyone looked at the steering wheel and like, "No, he's right. It's a clown's face," and then everyone is seeing it. But here, I don't see any face at all. It's a unique steering wheel, definitely. Has a very, interesting octagon shape, and yeah, it brings a new, unique driving experience here to BMW. I'm not sure if it's really necessary that it's like so wide here on the top part, but it's actually a lot of fun, and I really appreciate that they didn't leave out this part here to make it the Tesla yoke system. Yeah, I haven't driven it yet, but just from knowing that here, for example, sometimes you maybe want to touch there or something. So some say yoke is a joke, and I have to say, I'm not sure if I will agree to this when we drive the Tesla Model S or Tesla Model X, and also in the facelifted version with the yoke steering wheel. Yeah, we'll definitely keep you updated with that. So now we're switching sides here. I think I have right of way. Yes, oh, yeah, the acceleration comes really strong, but at the same time, it comes in a very, very smooth way, So it's really hard to. It's like smooth power. It's super powerful, but at the same time, you have the feeling as it would be, yeah, like a natural power evolution or something. And that's really astonishing, because with most electric vehicles, you get really great power, but it doesn't feel natural at all. And I wonder, this is quite a big achievement here, that they have a powerful electric vehicle which has this, more natural acceleration feeling. That's actually quite interesting, definitely. Roundabout visibility, by the way, to the rear, to the sides, actually very decent. So we have, we've had some cars that, that new cars are really not that good as for that. But here I really have to say it's a very good overview, considering it looks also so design focused from the exterior. A very good overview from the inside to the outside. Well, and now I've activated the so-called iconic sounds in the infotainment system. We have a special feature of that together with Hans Zimmer. Now in the normal driving mode, not sure how it is picked up on camera. Just listen to that when I do acceleration now. You heard that like so, and let's now switch to the driving mode again, sport mode. Let's see if that's kind of like enhanced. Yeah, a little bit, you know, like this. So it's not, you know, that it's extremely present. You do hear that. Is it good or bad? I think it can help in a way that, you know, when these G-forces applied here in the electric vehicles, sometimes your body doesn't cope. And when you have this sound connection, the body can cope a little bit better with it. Of course, if you have passengers, then of course it's always better to keep it a little bit more subtle with the electric vehicles and don't accelerate and don't recuperate that harshly. So, and this is also something here with recuperation. Now, for example, there's a truck in front of me. I'm in the D mode, I get off the throttle, and now some rolling is happening. I'm getting closer to the truck. Some recuperation there is, you know, I see it right there. So, and this is, for example, different when there's no one in front of me, then the car would just be rolling. This is this automatic recuperation mode by BMW, which is working very well, I have to say. I really like this function because it is connecting GPS data and camera data. So when there's a car in front of you, there's recuperation happening. We see it right here. And also when the GPS data indicates like, you know, there's like intersection coming or there's a roundabout coming, then also speed is being reduced by recuperation actually. You can, however, also go to the B mode here with the shifting lever, and then there's always recuperation when you lift the throttle, and quite strong one. So then you indeed get to a one pedal driving feeling, and depending on, you know, the strength of that, also the brake lights are being flashed. So when I get off throttle here, whoa, yeah, directly very strong recuperation, and that's what you want to have when you have the one pedal driving when you want to have the one pedal driving feeling. So you can choose, and that's a good thing. You can both have one pedal driving feeling, but also this automatic recuperation. And in a way, that's also a good thing to have, definitely, because sometimes the one pedal driving feeling can be a little bit annoying at times, depending on your driving profile. In other times, you know, it's very good because it's also safer, because when the car is in front of you, you get off the throttle and you immediately have some recuperation. But in that way here, the automatic recuperation, which is kind of, you know, combining these features in an intelligent way, this is then, yeah, you know, somehow combining both worlds, so to speak. And yeah, I think that's also then a good choice to have. By the way, first consumption average at the moment at 17 kilowatt hours on 1 kilometer, so that's 27 kilowatt hours on 100 miles. And considering the big battery of 105 kilowatt hours, that would indeed come to the, you know, close to the official figure of 600 kilometers or 370 miles of range. Very interesting. And now acceleration from 90 kilometers an hour. Let's go. Top speed 200 kilometers an hour, 125 miles an hour, electronically limited, and that went super quick. Yeah, at 190 kilometers an hour, it kind of slowed down, but other than that, wow, this is like, oh, the current consumption figure is like close to 50 kilowatt hours on 100 kilometers. So that would mean straight road, I could drive, yeah. It's very interesting. I could drive like 200 kilometers or 125 miles with top speed 200 kilometers or 125. That's interesting. It would really mean I could drive 200 kilometers an hour for 200 kilometers or 125 miles an hour for 125 miles. Interesting. That's not even, I mean, it's hard to see, you know, like when the road is going a little bit downhill, that already changes the effect and so on. But that's still actually a quite decent result, and also the result I stated before. So we had it a lot that with the German premium manufacturers, their electric vehicles were not that efficient. But the Mercedes EQS recently showed otherwise. The EQE will also be quite efficient then. And here the BMW iX so far also makes a very efficient impression. And it also has, you know, it doesn't have a high wind resistance, and the reason is also because the roof is falling down a little bit, and also from the rear it's going like this, and this reduces the wind resistance. And here, I mean, noise insulation wise, again, at about 150 kilometers an hour, it's like nothing, you know. It feels like I would be driving slowly through the city. 160 kilometers an hour now, only in Germany, where you then still get overtaken with 160 kilometers an hour. This is amazing. I mean, wow. This is like, you know, we're here at 100 miles per hour and there's hardly any wind noise picking up, and the car is so stable. Here, sports mode here, adaptive air suspension. Now I'm getting on the brakes, by the way, but there's first all the recuperation being used and then the brakes. You know, so even if you hit the brake pedal first, they use all the regeneration. And that's also the reason why the brake disc, showing you that on the outside, are super small for a vehicle of that size, actually. Yeah, really impressed now. And even if you are at speed, you can still, now at 130 kilometers an hour, you know, so like 70, 80 miles an hour, and bam, there's still such a harsh acceleration possible. And once again, top speed. Wow, super impressed by that. And here at 200 kilometers an hour, 125 miles an hour, there's not even harsh wind noise. I mean, how did they do that? And also without the dual insulation glass. Now hard and regeneration. There they figure, oh, there's the Alpina XD4. So BMW X4 is Alpina tuned version, but yeah, that's kind of like the old tuning system. This one is the new one, and we can, I think, easily keep up with that one, you know, acceleration-wise. Wow. I mean, recuperation figure, by the way, here, 200 kilowatt. So you can very quickly recharge this car with going down a hill or hammering the brakes then. This is also pretty impressive, of course. And here I think the sound connection here from this Hans Zimmer sound design really helps you also to get something of a connection to the vehicle, you know. But at the same time, told you, you can also cancel that. Assistant systems here, blind spot monitor with the yellow triangle then in the side mirror. And here, when that's interesting. Okay, so I have to, so he started the automatic lane change and whoa. Okay, and then he was dropping speed now and someone came from the rear. That was not that convincing now. Let's try that again. I mean, let's give the car another chance. So first of all, cruise control, adaptive cruise control. Distance to the car in front of us is being kept. Also the lane is being kept automatically in a very smooth way. Here now, reducing the speed. So I want to have the automatic lane change now. There we go. Yeah. So that way, I didn't turn the steering wheel. That was the car itself, you know. So let's see if I don't even have to hold it. So here, so I just have to tap the turning indicator, and then the car does it. Not sure, like the first time, the car wasn't really like, you know, getting to speed fast enough, and I was seeing that someone came from behind. So they see also the limitations of these systems. They work very well, but they don't cope with, yeah, when you can't do that way. So you have to hold it basically. Just tap it, yeah, tap it. See, this is kind of a problem, you know, when you do this automatic lane change thing, and then the adaptive cruise control catches the truck in front of you at the same time. It also reduces speed, but then it also does the lane change, and lane change while reducing speed is of course not a good thing, you know. So yeah, in these situations you see that the human lane change is still kind of the better, the smoother one, but the system itself does work. So, you know, you just have to start a little bit earlier then. For example, and here there's a car in front of us, and then I started basically early enough, then there's also no problem with that. Yeah, but it's also good to know the limits of these, adaptive or assistance systems. But in general, the whole integration of the assistance systems, everything is very smooth. So also how the steering, the active steering assist and so on, it really does it in a very subtle way without you would be feeling too annoyed or something.
And now to our conclusion for today with the BMW X models. The price performance winner is clearly the BMW X1 because it offers the most space for the least amount of money. if you can say that for BMW SUVs, because they are of course not cheap at all. The BMW X2 has the sportier crossover approach. With the BMW X3, you upgrade to a more sophisticated SUV feeling and the possibility of the 6-cylinder engine. The iX3, the all-electric X3, has been one of the most fun rides for sure, and if it wasn't that expensive, it would be one of my first picks. The X4 is not too different from the X3, that's about styling. Same goes for the difference of X5 and X6. If you don't have parking space problems, the bigger X5 will deliver you even more long-term comfort in comparison to an X3. The X7, however, is different from the second seating row onwards, and the new all-electric BMW iX gets a good range and excellent driving dynamics. For me, if I could pick one right now and take it home, money doesn't play a role, it would be the BMW X5. I love the riding comfort and the rear picnic hatch. Almost all BMW SUVs are available with animal-free seating option, fabric or microfiber for the small ones, Sensatec high-grade leatherette for the big ones, except for the BMW X7. Easiest to get definitely then also for the X5. Also, you don't have to spec the cars that much actually. For me, a low or mid-spec BMW X5 would be just fine. Well, I'd get the famous 3-liter inline 6-cylinder for it, however, maybe in the PHEV version for electric commuting in the city. So that's my choice for today. What's yours? See you in the comments and also at more of our comparison episodes.